Mana betul? Mari saya bagi tahu kenapa anda kena pergi Taiwan. Tengok bawah. Sekarang tengok atas. Tengoklah sekeliling.
Anda boleh cuba pengalaman baru di sini.
Berani mencuba sesuatu yang mencabar.
Anda boleh merasakan ketenangan. Ada banyak lagi yang menarik. Makanan yang enak-enak. Sebuah budaya yang unik. Semuanya menanti untuk anda rasai.
Taiwan ada semua yang anda nak.
Jadi apa lagi?
Jom Taiwan!
Sadia, it's been too long.
Hi, Brett. It's gorgeous. I love what you've done with the place.
I'm so happy that you decided to join us for the night.
When I heard that you got your Crescent rating, I just had to come experience these magical views.
Thank you so much for introducing me to Crescent Rating. As we are not a dry hotel, the Crescent Rating scale from 1 to 7 works really well for us. It also helps a Muslim traveller to identify how Muslim-friendly your hotel is.
That's great to hear. How did you find the experience?
It was so easy. First, we did an online application, followed by a site inspection.
I can't wait any longer. Show me what changes you've made.
It was just a few tweaks and adding services to cater to the needs of our Muslim guests. Based on our offering, we've received a Crescent Rating 5, which means our gin bar is still open to our regular guests. However, our fabulous restaurant now uses only halal certified ingredients.
That smells delicious.
We provide guests with prayer mats on demand and directions to nearby mosques. We also point out other halal eateries in Cape Town. Additionally, we have discreetly placed the Qibla direction in our bedrooms.
How have you found it?
Well, having our hotel and halal trip has been fantastic for occupancy. And the Crescent Rating online training courses have also helped our staff to better understand the Muslim guests.
I feel at home already. I never want to leave.
Wait till you see the views from your room.
In every journey, faith is our compass. Introducing the Halal Trip app, your faithful companion in exploring the world whilst staying connected to your beliefs. With the in-flight prayer time calculator and alerts, Halal Trip keeps you in tune with your prayers wherever you are. Find your Qibla direction seamlessly, whether you're amidst the bustling city or on a tranquil island. Track your spiritual journey with our prayer analytics, helping you stay committed to your faith. A treasure trove of du'as for every occasion, right at your fingertips. Discover the unseen with halal travel guides and inspiring travel blogs curated just for you. Satisfy your palate with a variety of halal restaurants nearby, wherever your adventures take you. Unlock exclusive travel package deals for a journey that's as enriching as it is economical. Join thousands embarking on a faithful journey with Halal Trip. Download now. Halal Trip, your gateway to a faithful exploration.
Whoa! Hey Nandipa, that looks mouth-watering.
Hey, Sadia. Thanks. So good to see you.
I see you haven't got your crescent rating yet. Why not? It will really help a lot to attract Muslim diners to this fabulous restaurant.
Oh, I've been wanting to, but we just love wine pairings, and we're in one of the most vibrant wine regions in the world.
So many people think that's a problem, but it's not.
How so?
Crescent rating isn't a halal certification. It's a rating scale of how Muslim-friendly you are. You can sit on it wherever it suits your restaurant best. For a Muslim traveling in a non-Muslim country, it simply provides an ideal way to identify a Muslim-friendly restaurant. Plus, there are just so many benefits for your restaurant.
How can I get involved?
It's so easy. You first do a quick online application, then someone will come in to do an inspection.
Really?
You just need to follow simple guidelines and use halal certified ingredients. If you can assure your food is halal, you will get your crescent rating. Halal food is for everybody and wine is a choice.
Amazing.
Mari saya bagi tahu kenapa anda kena pergi Taiwan. Tengok bawah. Sekarang tengok atas. Tengoklah sekeliling.
Anda boleh cuba pengalaman baru di sini.
Berani mencuba sesuatu yang mencabar.
Anda boleh merasakan ketenangan. Ada banyak lagi yang menarik. Makanannya enak-enak. sebuah budaya yang unik. Semuanya menanti untuk anda rasai.
Taiwan ada semua yang anda nak.
Jadi apa lagi?
Jom Taiwan!
Sadia, it's been too long.
Hi, Brett. It's gorgeous. I love what you've done with the place.
I'm so happy that you decided to join us for the night.
When I heard that you got your Crescent rating, I just had to come experience these magical views.
Thank you so much for introducing me to Crescent Rating. As we are not a dry hotel, the Crescent Rating scale from 1 to 7 works really well for us. It also helps a Muslim traveler to identify how Muslim-friendly your hotel is.
That's great to hear. How did you find the experience?
It was so easy. First, we did an online application, followed by a site inspection.
I can't wait any longer. Show me what changes you've made.
It was just a few tweaks and adding services to cater to the needs of our Muslim guests. Based on our offering, we've received a Crescent rating 5, which means our gin bar is still open to our regular guests. However, our fabulous restaurant now uses only halal certified ingredients.
That smells delicious.
We provide guests with prayer mats on demand and directions to nearby mosques. We also point out other halal eateries in Cape Town. Additionally, we have discreetly placed the Qibla direction in our bedrooms.
How have you found it?
Well, having our hotel on Halal Trip has been fantastic for occupancy. And the Crescent Rating online training courses have also helped our staff to better understand the Muslim guests.
I feel at home already. I never want to leave.
Wait till you see the views from your room.
In every journey, faith is our compass. Introducing the Halal Trip app, your faithful companion in exploring the world whilst staying connected to your beliefs. With the in-flight prayer time calculator and alerts, Halal Trip keeps you in tune with your prayers wherever you are. Find your Qibla direction seamlessly, whether you're amidst the bustling city or on a tranquil island. Track your spiritual journey with our prayer analytics, helping you stay committed to your faith. A treasure trove of du'as for every occasion, right at your fingertips. Discover the unseen with halal travel guides and inspiring travel blogs curated just for you. Satisfy your palate with a variety of halal restaurants nearby, wherever your adventures take you. Unlock exclusive travel package deals for a journey that's as enriching as it is economical. Join thousands embarking on a faithful journey with Halal Trip. Download now. Halal Trip, your gateway to a faithful exploration.
Whoa! Hey Nandipa, that looks mouth-watering.
Hey, Sadia. Thanks. So good to see you.
I see you haven't got your crescent rating yet. Why not? It will really help a lot to attract Muslim diners to this fabulous restaurant.
Oh, I've been wanting to, but we just love wine pairings, and we're in one of the most vibrant wine regions in the world.
So many people think that's a problem, but it's not.
How so?
Crescent rating isn't a halal certification. It's a rating scale of how Muslim-friendly you are. You can sit on it wherever it suits your restaurant best. For a Muslim traveling in a non-Muslim country, it simply provides an ideal way to identify a Muslim-friendly restaurant. Plus, there are just so many benefits for your restaurant.
How can I get involved?
It's so easy. You first do a quick online application, then someone will come in to do an inspection.
Really?
You just need to follow simple guidelines and use halal certified ingredients. If you can assure your food is halal, you will get your crescent rating. Halal food is for everybody and wine is a choice.
Amazing.
Mari saya bagi tahu kenapa anda kena pergi Taiwan. Tengok bawah. Sekarang tengok atas. Tengoklah sekeliling.
Anda boleh cuba pengalaman baru di sini.
Berani mencuba sesuatu yang mencabar.
Anda boleh merasakan ketenangan. Ada banyak lagi yang menarik. Makanannya enak-enak. Sebuah budaya yang unik. Semuanya menanti untuk anda rasai.
Taiwan ada semua yang anda nak.
Jadi apa lagi?
Jom Taiwan!
Sadia, it's been too long.
Hi, Brett. It's gorgeous. I love what you've done with the place.
I'm so happy that you decided to join us for the night.
When I heard that you got your Crescent rating, I just had to come experience these magical views.
Thank you so much for introducing me to Crescent Rating. As we are not a dry hotel, the Crescent Rating scale from 1 to 7 works really well for us. It also helps a Muslim traveler to identify how Muslim-friendly your hotel is.
That's great to hear. How did you find the experience?
It was so easy. First, we did an online application, followed by a site inspection.
I can't wait any longer. Show me what changes you've made.
It was just a few tweaks and adding services to cater to the needs of our Muslim guests. Based on our offering, we've received a Crescent Rating 5, which means our gin bar is still open to our regular guests. However, our fabulous restaurant now uses only halal certified ingredients.
That smells delicious.
We provide guests with prayer mats on demand and directions to nearby mosques. We also point out other halal eateries in Cape Town. Additionally, we have discreetly placed the Qibla direction in our bedrooms.
How have you found it?
Well, having our hotel on Halal Trip has been fantastic for occupancy, and the Crescent Rating online training courses have also helped our staff to better understand the Muslim guests.
I feel at home already. I never want to leave.
Wait till you see the views from your room.
In every journey, faith is our compass. Introducing the Halal Trip app, your faithful companion in exploring the world whilst staying connected to your beliefs. With the in-flight prayer time calculator and alerts, Halal Trip keeps you in tune with your prayers wherever you are. Find your Qibla direction seamlessly, whether you're amidst the bustling city or on a tranquil island. Track your spiritual journey with our prayer analytics, helping you stay committed to your faith. A treasure trove of du'as for every occasion, right at your fingertips. Discover the unseen with halal travel guides and inspiring travel blogs curated just for you. Satisfy your palate with a variety of halal restaurants nearby, wherever your adventures take you. Unlock exclusive travel package deals for a journey that's as enriching as it is economical. Join thousands embarking on a faithful journey with Halal Trip. Download now. Halal Trip, your gateway to a faithful exploration.
Whoa! Hey, Nandipa. That looks mouth-watering.
Hey, Sadia. Thanks. So good to see you.
I see you haven't got your Crescent rating yet. Why not? It will really help a lot to attract Muslim diners to this fabulous restaurant.
Oh, I've been wanting to, but we just love wine pairings, and we're in one of the most vibrant wine regions in the world.
So many people think that's a problem, but it's not.
How so?
Crescent rating isn't a halal certification. It's a rating scale of how Muslim-friendly you are. You can sit on it wherever it suits your restaurant best. For a Muslim traveling in a non-Muslim country, it simply provides an ideal way to identify a Muslim-friendly restaurant. Plus, there are just so many benefits for your restaurant.
How can I get involved?
It's so easy. You first do a quick online application, then someone will come in to do an inspection.
Really?
You just need to follow simple guidelines and use halal certified ingredients. If you can assure your food is halal, you will get your Crescent rating. Halal food is for everybody and wine is a choice.
Amazing!
Welcome back to day 2 of the Halal In Travel Global Summit 2025. I'm Nafisa Nasruddin, the content creation strategist here at Halal Trip, and I'll be your host and companion for today's exciting journey. So, how are we feeling after an incredible day 1? Inspired, curious, ready for more? Because today's lineup is nothing short of powerful. Let's dive in. To kick off today's agenda, we'll be zeroing in on one very important question. How do we future-proof halal tourism? We'll be exploring through the READER framework that's responsibility, immersion, digital, and assurance, and how these pillars can help us protect the authenticity of Muslim travel experiences while preparing the industry for what's ahead. And to round off the day, we're ending off on a high note with our content creator tank happening today in Singapore. Our finalists are all on site today, pitching their hearts out to a panel of judges as they compete to showcase their destinations. It is a closed-door event, but don't worry, you'll find out who the winner is tomorrow. Without any further ado, please welcome our esteemed speakers to start off our journey today.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good day, everyone. Thank you for joining the Halal In Travel Global Summit 2025, proudly hosted by Crescent Rating. I'm Safa Dewi Nugroho, part of the team here at Crescent Rating, and I will be your moderator today for this exciting session. So today we'll be diving into an interesting topic on the RIDA framework, a future-facing model that help us rethink halal tourism through the lens of responsibility, immersion, digitalization, and also assurance. So this session will help us understand how RIDA framework addresses emerging traveler expectations and explore how destinations and also service providers can practically apply these dimensions to innovate and also remain competitive. So we'll also discuss how this framework can be scaled across different market contexts. Now it's to introduce our esteemed speakers. First, we have Mr. Taufik Ikhtianto as the Head of Research and also Capacity Building at Crescent Rating, and one of the key architects behind the RIDA framework. So Mr. Taufik here holds a master's degree from INSIF University and also from the University of Indonesia. He has co-authored 8 key market reports, including the Global Muslim Travel Index 2023 and 2024, significantly advancing insights into the Muslim travel market. And next, we also have Dr. Barakatun Nisa Abu Bakar, Dr. Nisha, a leading tourism consultant, academic, and also founder of the World Woman Tourism, an initiative that promotes gender equality in travel. She has over 25 years of experience across tourism, hospitality, and also the MICE industry. And she is also recognized as the most inspiring woman in Travel Asia in 2024. And the last but not least is also Dr. Nur Hafiz Nur. We have Dr. Hafiz here as the lecturer at James Cook University with a decade of industry experience. His research also spans in service marketing and also technology adoption, halal tourism, and hospitality, with over 30 publications, including work in the Journal of Islamic Marketing. And he also served as an advisor for Crescent Ratings Insights series. So how are you? Before we start, how are you, Mr. Taufik, Dr. Hafiz, and also Dr. Nisha?
Yeah, I'm good. Alhamdulillah. So feels so glad to be able to join all of us here.
Okay, that's good to hear. Now, maybe we'll just move on to the first discussion with Mr. Taufik here. So, Mr. Taufik, let's get to know more about the RIDA framework. So, what is it actually, the RIDA framework, and what key gaps or future shifts in halal tourism is it trying to address? Could you also walk us through its origin story?
All right, thank you so much, Shafa. So when we're talking about the origin story of the RIDA framework, it is actually rooted in the need of a comprehensive approach to meet the evolving global tourism landscape and the specific, yet often underserved, the needs of Muslim travelers. So this particular framework introduced initially in the Indonesia Muslim Travel Index, or IMTI 2023, and the aim was to propel the evolution and sustainability of halal tourism sector and serve as a strategic framework for initiatives like Indonesia's Sustainable Halal Tourism Vision. We then expanded the framework and aim at accelerating sustainable halal tourism service and allowing destinations worldwide to develop their tourism sector while aligning with Muslim travelers' faith traditions. It is structured around 4 core dimensions, as probably all of us know here: responsible, immersive, digital, and assured. And then if we look closely, the term RIDA itself, an Arabic word meaning contentment and satisfaction, which reflecting the framework's deeper purpose to emotionally connect with Muslim travelers beyond just fulfilling practical and compliant needs. So the RIDA framework itself is our response to what we've seen as a real need, a gap in how the tourism industry understands the significant and growing Muslim travel market. We develop it to bridge this divide, offering essential insights so that everyone involved, from the hotels to travel agencies, can truly understand and effectively cater to the specific requirements of Muslim traveler in today's world, where innovation and sustainability become increasingly important.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction, Mr. Taufik. So I have another question for you. So after the explanation, how does Rida actually stands out from the other tourism models that we've seen so far? And is it designed solely for Muslim travelers, or does it also actually appeal to a broader conscious travel audience?
Okay, this is a pretty interesting question. So, the RIDA framework distinguishes itself from other tourism frameworks by its integrated approach that specifically incorporates the faith based needs of Muslim travelers within a broader model of sustainable and modern tourism. While it is fundamentally designed to enhance the travel experience for Muslim tourists and and ensure adherence to halal compliance and cultural sensitivity, its core dimension, responsibility, immersion, digitalization, and assurance are actually universally appeal to broader conscious travel audience as well. So if we look closely, like the responsible dimension, which promotes environmental conservation, respect for local cultures, and socioeconomic contributions. And then when we're talking about the immersive dimension, it focuses on creating deep, engaging cultural experiences. And then we move to the digital dimension. It emphasizes leveraging technology for enhanced accessibility and quality. And then lastly, when we're talking about the assured dimension, it ensures reliability and quality of services, providing peace of mind for every travelers. So therefore, while primarily rooted in serving Muslim traveler, RIDA's principle resonate with the growing global trends, which aim for more meaningful and responsible tourism itself.
That's a very interesting point. So Rida itself, even though it's rooted for Muslim tourists, but it actually caters for everyone, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so we have learned about RIDA framework. Now let's dive into each of the dimension itself. As we know, there's 4 dimensions. So first, let's talk about the responsibility dimension. For this one, I really want to hear from Dr. Nisha. Does this principle align with the rising expectations of ethically and also environmentally aware travelers?
Thank you for that question, Jaffa. So I would say that yes, because at least in the last 1 decade, we have seen the rise of what we call the conscious customer or conscious consumer, who today it's traveling very much with there's a travel with one's consciousness, right? And they're also very mindful and aware of the actions and impacts of their travel. So they want to know when they travel, who are they impacting? Where is their dollar going towards? And travel to them has to be more meaningful and purposeful. So more and more we are looking at people who are not interested in going to the core tourism destinations. They want to go to the peripheral areas. They want to go and experience localized experiences at the communities in the peripherals and rural areas and into the communities. And more we are beginning to see a shift of the word from sustainability to regeneration, meaning to say that people want to see how they could leave a place better than what it was, regardless of what you call it, voluntourism or otherwise. More and more gravitating towards more meaningful and purposeful travel. And there is a lot of data to show that there is an increase in the dollar value of sustainable or responsible tourism. So I would say, yes, there is a shift and a trend towards this particular market segment. And RIDA framework is ideally positioned to attract and meet the demands of this market.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nisha, for the answer. So we've also seen, other than in ethically and also environmentally conscious travelers, we've also seen the rise of discussion regarding accessibility and also inclusivity. So how have these concerns also changed the tourism sector?
Yeah. So we are becoming more and more conscious on the social sustainability dimension of that. And in the last, I would say again, last decade or so, there's a lot of shift towards an understanding of the those who need for accessibility and inclusion. So I would say that whenever I give my talks on social sustainability and to meet the demands of this market, I would say that it's increasingly not a feature that we need to think about, whether it's in the hotels or in the flight, but it's going to be the future of tourism businesses. I'll tell you why, because it's not just a moral imperative, but it is also becoming a business advantage. If I were to look at the figures, right, it's about 1.3 billion people in the world would be experiencing significant disability. And that's about 1 in 6 of us who will be going through that. And one of the research companies in 2023 talked about more than 50% of people aged more than 60 would have a disability. And that would be, it's not a matter of if to many of us, it's a matter of when we are going to be experiencing that. And the market value is so big. People with mobility impairments spend close to about $60 billion annually. And so there is a little bit in terms of when you look at the business advantage, money, that is a big market. And one person who's disabled tend to travel with 2 to 3 travel companions, right? So which means that not only one traveler who is going to be disabled, but they will be traveling with 2 other people. So there is a market demand for that. So in terms of well, it's a social imperative, and I think it is important for us to look at diversity. We have to make travel accessible to people of all types, but we need to also think very carefully about the business advantage and the competitive advantage that is going to be creating for many companies that's thinking of how to go niche. All right, I wanted to give one example here of how progressive many countries are, is when you look at the Middle East. Dubai has got a nationwide philosophy. It's called people of determination, you know. So whether it's at the airport or tourism attractions or hotels, they actually cater for people of determination, and they are referring to people with physical or mental impairments. You know, so as a country, they are already very, very proactive and receptive to it. Singapore, we are also moving in that direction of coming up with tours for physically impaired people. We have tour companies that are already moving in that direction. Sentosa, again, it is a space, or it's an attraction that is very conducive now for those who require accessible and inclusive travel. So we are seeing not just the moral imperative, but the business advantage of moving in that direction. So yes, there's definitely a market for that.
Yes, now I can see that providing for the disabled and also for a very niche or specific needs is actually opening more opportunities and also business opportunities for the sector, for the companies itself, right, Dr. Nisha? So it's a win-win for both sides. It's a really something that every company should really think about doing. And these are the things that we actually embed in the responsibility segment itself in RIDA framework. And my other question is regarding the role of the local communities. So can destinations or company service providers balance cultural authenticity with having the immersive travel experience, especially under this RIDA framework?
So for a long time, I think the local communities were ignored. And we saw the repercussions of that, where travel was very commercialized. It was not involving the local communities, and benefits were not experienced by the local communities. And there was a lot of things that were going not correctly COVID. However, I think it was during the COVID that we had really kind of like recalibrated this, and thought about the real value of what the local communities can provide and the benefit of tourism. So just to give you a little bit of an example, I work a lot with Bhutan as a tourism destination, and that country is very much into the conservation and preservation of their resources. However, we had to look at what would be the motivation for the local community to protect the natural resources. And one of the catalysts or one of the motivation would be tourism. So if we are able to get them to see the value that tourism is a sustainable tourism and regenerative form of tourism, how can it benefit them? Then they would see the motivation to protect their ecological and social cultural resources. So to give you one example is a community in Popchika, which is in a remote part of Bhutan, but it's filled with ecological resources, very precious, but the local community were not really taking care. There was illegal fishing, illegal poaching that was going on. And there was also migration of people from these places because they did not find employment opportunities, right? So that's not a very good thing to happen. And women were predominantly, they were very resourceful, but they didn't know how to be economically be active. So when tourism was brought in, or regenerative tourism was actually brought in, it gave them a motivation to say, okay, well, we have a bigger reason why we should protect the fish and the animals which are out there, the trees. We should not go into illegal deforestation, right? So when it was done correctly with the community and the local community's help and the empowerment of the local community, they were actually motivated to preserve the ecological and social resources. And when they did that, it also provided them with an economic viability. So the women were employed, the young people were empowered, they were not emigrating out of the rural areas. At the same time, it gave birth to a new form of tourism called ecotourism. It was a community's lifeline, where communities would have been dispersed, it had been broken up, where there's not much of an economic development. But at the same time, they were also able to provide capacity building, a lot of training, entrepreneurship, courses was happening, English language courses. So it kind of uplifted the local community's well-being and their capacity as well. So today you would see that eco-lodges are run in there, and they are run by mostly women and also the younger people. So this is one example of how, when we look at sustainability, the benefit can be diverted towards a local community and need not necessarily be in the core township. And it can actually be a lifeline and also give a lot of importance to the local culture for them to have the impetus to protect their local culture. So that's one example. I'll give you a very quick other example is that we are now working with Brunei. And there are many businesses, including the longhouse, the Iban longhouses, which are there, and they are the verge of extinction, right? And there were organic farms also doing organic planting. There was a village filled with old people, and they didn't know what to do. So when the tourism board say, okay, why don't we revive them and give them an economic purpose, which is tourism purpose. So when we taught them how to look at their business from a tourism angle and a very responsible and sustainable tourism angle, they were able to merge their traditional businesses and also their traditional way of living and embrace tourism. And when these two get married very neatly and nicely, then it gives birth to something very, very economically viable. Socially, it benefits the local community, and it is empowering the locals as well, and keeps them give them a motivation on how to protect their cultural and natural resources as well. So I would say it has got a great value if we know how to empower the local community, use the local community's resources and leverage on that, and sustainable regenerative tourism will be the answer to many of the problems that we are facing in some of these communities.
I very much agree, Dr. Nisha, with the story that you share. If I may share myself, in Indonesia, we also have a lot of villages that are empowered by the government, and it always starts from tourism. Like there's also some local communities that are famous for having filmmaking. So they created one villages that is famous for filmmaking, and this, of course, increases their revenue, and there's a lot of people coming. It's becoming more famous, and yeah, I believe that the combination between the local community itself with the government and also with the companies, tourism companies that are around, will be very powerful for everyone there. And yeah, can you, for us to understand more, can you share some more real world examples where the dimension of the responsibility and also the immersive tourism has been applied successfully from your experience? As we know, you've been traveling around the world, and you must know what's been happening out there.
Okay, so if I were to give another one more example, you could take the one in Indonesia. You just mentioned Indonesia, Lombok. I was actually studying this halal tourism village because Indonesia is promoting village tourism, right? So Setengok, for example, it's got deep-seated cultural experiences in there, and it's all about lived experiences of the people who are historically bringing down their cultures. It's very immersive because the tourists get to stay in homestays, right? They are learning cultural values. They are learning things like, playing the sacred gong, for example, weaving tours that you're doing, animal husbandry tours. Now, all these are very, very immersive. And this is really what the traveler today is seeking. So when you are passing it down generation after generation and after, there must be a motivation of why we are doing this. And the motivation is today's travelers are seeking hyper-local experiences. So when we are able to revive it and create today there's so many, even using technology and merging traditions and giving the tourists that immersive experience, that's what they are seeking, and that is going to create a wow experience, right? But it is also protecting the livelihood of the people, enhancing the lived experiences. But that's one. The other is Mongolia. Right. In Mongolia, if you are familiar with that, we have the communities who are eagle hunters, right? So a friend of mine, she actually brought a group of tourists who were seeking immersive experiences to meet the eagle hunters. It was a tribe run by Muslim women, actually, and they didn't know how to market themselves. They didn't know how to fluently, express themselves in English, and what are the various technology out there to showcase and earn a livelihood. So one is to showcase their tradition. The other is how do they make themselves economically developed and find a sustainable living. So when she brought this group of tourists was seeking immersive experience, they wanted to learn Mongolian cuisine, and they want to live in those households and meet with the women down there. And so the regeneration part is where they were actually in this Mongolian tribe, and they were teaching them technology, marketing, English, expressing themselves in social media. And the other hand is where the local women were actually teaching them how to be eagle hunters and teaching them how to cook Mongolian cuisine and live in that space that they were. And it's such a fulfilling experience from what I was listening and hearing to them, right? So it's a beautiful blend of how a traveler who's seeking an immersive experience is able to derive that by also giving back to the local community in a very sustainable, and I will still use the word regenerative, because you're leaving it better than what it was before you entered into that space. So if that can be a win-win situation, that will be a beautiful thing for tourism to thrive and flourish.
That's a very interesting story, Doctor. So I'm really guessing that the cooking recipe that the tourists learn, they couldn't really apply it at home since it's hard to find eagles anywhere, I guess. But yeah, I do believe that the trend is going there. People are seeking more on experiences, to the point that they are willing to cut off from any access of internet. They are willing to be placed in the middle of nowhere just to get a new experience of the tribes, as we have also in Indonesia, Baduy and everywhere, especially the Gen Z. I think the young travelers, they are very excited in getting to the maybe extremes to learn about all of these new lifestyle. So talking about Gen Zs, it's inevitable to also talk about digital platforms and also technology. So now I want to move the questions to Dr. Hafiz here. From your research experience and also your findings, how did you find Muslim travelers, maybe specifically Gen Zs and the young ones, adapting to the digital platforms that are emerging rapidly? And what kind of experiences that now they are expecting from tourism service providers? And of course, the one important thing that we need to discuss is the growing use of AI is also shaping their choices.
Thank you, Shafa, for the question, and hello to everyone who's watching this as well. I think that's certainly an important question. And first, I think we have to take a step back and acknowledge that Muslims have always been adaptive. Despite what some might feel or think that Muslims are rigid, Muslims are an adaptive bunch of people, and certainly when it comes to travel as well, right? Before there was even such a thing as crescent rating or halal trip, there were travelers, right? And they tried to travel in ways and means that they could, and certainly within the faith itself, it provided enough breadth to facilitate it. And with such services from crescent rating and halal trip, and as well as AI, certainly this enhances the entire experience and facilitates it even more. I think when we talk about Muslims and adapting to digital platforms, especially with AI, the thing that really distinguishes AI from other technologies is its ability to perform various functions on its own, right? And with that, I think this is really an opportunity where Muslims can use AI as an ally in the way that they live their lives, and certainly in their travel experiences as well. So it's beyond just using AI as a tool, but it's really using AI as the buddy, the companion, the travel ally. And generally, because Muslim travelers would use such technologies to try and serve their faith-based needs, this is also an opportunity for the Muslim travelers themselves to be early adopters and set the trends for other communities as well, right? By virtue of them needing to expect these tools to get by, to look for the halal food or the prayer facilities and so forth, right? I think this is a great opportunity back to the developers, to better assess the technologies that are in these AI systems by virtue of the Muslims being adventurous and willing to try these platforms themselves, right? And by bringing the industry in as well, I think when we talk about Muslims adapting to the digital platforms and accepting the digital platforms, it's a two-way street. So on one side, it's about the users adapting, but at the same time, the industry as well has to adopt such systems too. You need both the industry to have that environment that facilitates such tools, and also for the Muslim travelers to give the signals, right, that they themselves are ready to correspondingly use such systems. So the adoption from the industry as well as the adoption from the travelers and the consumers, both sides have to certainly do their part, and they're both sides of the same coin, really. In terms of experiences, they're increasingly expecting with the use of technology and certainly with the introduction of AI systems, we are seeing that it has moved beyond just the functional needs. it's moved beyond using the tools to facilitate or to perform certain tasks. So while the expectations of the tools being easy to use and the tools having benefits that they can understand, yeah, these still need to be there and inherently there in digital platforms as well. Increasingly, we are seeing that Muslim travelers and also the wider region of consumers as well, we are expecting more social, emotional functions from these digital platforms. When we say social, emotional functions, we could think about how do these platforms enable the consumers to get closer to one another. And with AI and with generative AI, it could even go beyond that, whereby the AI system itself can act as that social element, right? To have a conversation with the AI agent. So, for example, we can imagine the solo traveler, for example, right? If the solo traveler needs a companion, hey, the AI agent could potentially serve in terms of bringing that companionship. And this goes into that area of well-being, user well-being. Again, we see that in research and also in the industry as well, right? It's beyond the bottom line, beyond the profits, and looking at how can these tools improve the lives of consumers in terms of their well-being, their happiness, their sense of self-worth as well. So I think that's really interesting work that's going into this, and it's quite heartening that service providers as well are understanding the real benefits when they look at adopting or promoting such tools to help consumers in terms of their well-being. And in your other question, has the popularity of AI influenced their choices? Certainly, right? There's increasing expectations, and with AI increasingly becoming adopted in the environment as well, certainly we are seeing that there will be more choices. Consumers will be more empowered as well. One of the recent trends is this notion of AI agents or agentic AI. And what this means is we are looking at a swarm, or if we used to use the Islamic term, right? Jama'ah, if I may, Jama'ah of AI working together. So they are able to perform their individual tasks, but at the same time, these AI agents or software are able to communicate to one another as a whole. So this is exciting territory as well. You will see a variety of AI agents being able to perform their tasks well, but being able to communicate with one another. It's almost like an orchestra of AI agents. And what does this mean for Muslim travelers? More options, more choices. And I think when it comes to travel, certainly it should come with that ability to travel better, newer experiences as well, and perhaps with a greater peace of mind.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hafiz. Yeah, we already have virtual tours. We already have online tour guides. So I can't really imagine what's going to happen in the next 5 years or in the next 3 years. Maybe for sure, the aspect of security will be something that we can expect will be more safe in the future for solo travelers, or even for Muslim female travelers that also like to travel alone. But of course, the risk of encountering danger during travel could be high for a woman. So having this technology and also all of the AI development that we have could especially help in securing this. And that's also one of the things that's digital in Rida dimension. And I want to also ask about the assured part to Dr. Hafiz, since it is, we can say that it is one of the most crucial aspects of the Rida, as we talk about Muslim travelers, it has the halal assurance, it has the halal certification, and everything else that Muslim travelers need, all discussed in this one dimension. So, but the important thing is that does promoting halal actually reduce destinations' appeal, or can it actually build a wider trust by showing quality and also safety for all of the travelers outside of the Muslims?
Thank you, Shafa, for that question. I just wanted to circle back a while when we talk about AI, or well, just AI in general, right? I think we need to remind ourselves too that a lot of the emerging technologies, the other emerging technologies such as virtual reality, metaverse, augmented reality, and so on and so forth, AI is still there. These are AI-enabled technologies as well. So even the example that you mentioned earlier, well, AI is there behind the scenes. Some of it will be more upfront in terms of customer facing on the front stage of service. We may see a chatbot or an interface of sorts, and we can identify that as AI. But hey, a lot of things today as well in terms of the tools that we use, AI is also working behind the scenes. One of the amazing things about Rida, right, that I found is that the model, although seemingly very intuitive, it has a lot of research-backed data to support the dimensions. And I think this assured dimension really is more pronounced in that sense, because certainly when it comes to technology and technology acceptance, trust is a key critical component, right? In the past, it wasn't really there. Again, there was more emphasis on the functional elements, such as the technology needs to be easy to use, customers must understand the benefits associated with using it and so forth. But increasingly, we saw research showed that, hey, the element of trust is critical. And I think even more so when we talk about AI, sometimes it's a black box of sorts. We are amazed at what it can do, although we are not really too sure how it did it. And at the same time, there's this lingering concern about our privacy as well, right? The data that we're exchanging there. But certainly a shared dimension is critical. And in terms of the relationship between promoting halal and the destination's appeal, research does show that there are signs that indeed there is a relationship. And at least in two papers that I have written, one on service quality and the other one on brand image, it looks like both routes, or rather both paradigms, do lead to increases in positive image. So for example, when we look at service quality, research has shown that increases in faith-related drivers. So for example, halal certification. If the community and the wider community in general, they understand what the halal certification is about, they have positive attitudes towards halal certification, that does lead to an increase in the level of service quality, which is certainly key in the assured dimension. And that in turn has been shown to improve brand image and reputation. So certainly from the service quality route, we can see that link being established. From the brand image route as well, we see it as well. So for example, whenever there is a halal label, and that halal label or that mark, consumers can understand what it signifies. It signifies a certain level of quality, for example. That does indeed help to increase brand image, which then can lead to trust in the brand, and also the trust in the products and services that the brand offers to its customers. So indeed, in general, promoting halal can certainly help in the destination's appeal, right? And of course, like in any brand management as well, we also have to consider other factors. To what extent does the halal brand be at the front stage, right? Because there are some situations whereby halal is rather secondary, right? And there are other situations as well in terms of the target audience, the market, the environment, whereby it might be better for halal to be front and center because, again, the climate is able to understand that. So it is good that in terms of the RIDA framework, there is this dimension. I think it really tackles two key elements and two different facets. One is an assurance in terms of delivering or catering to the faith-based needs of Muslim travelers. And at the same time, there is a level of assurance of catering to the service quality needs, which is perhaps more universal as well. And I think this is where earlier Taufik was alluding to the fact that indeed there are elements in RIDA that capture the wider audience and what people in general would want as well in terms of benefits.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Hafiz. So yeah, we now we understand that having the RIDA and also the overall halal certification itself is actually not only for Muslims but also for the wider segment. As we can see that a lot of countries recently are trying to capture the Muslim facilities as well for the Muslim travelers as a way to promote inclusivity. So it's not giving exclusive services only for Muslim travelers, but instead what they're trying to do is to provide inclusive facilities for all, where all travelers, despite their background, despite their religion, they all can enjoy the vacation maximally. So to understand better, can you also share the real-life applications, maybe regarding the digital tourism first, that have worked well in any part of the world, and then we can go to the assured part.
I mean, I'll give my own personal example. So I'm planning an upcoming trip to Japan, right? And where would I go? Or where do many people go when they're planning for trips? They may look at Klook, 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 looking at where's the next next exhibition or where's the great place to buy tickets where there's this and that, right? And of course, for myself and catering to the family and all, I will also be mindful of the level of Muslim-friendly facilities that are available. Things like halal food, of course, and prayer spaces and so on. So, in the past, right, I noticed Klook did have certain indicators whether a place was Muslim-friendly or not. And I think this was more from the perspective of the service provider. Yeah, they would be doing that indication. But if we were to take the element of assurance again, right, certainly having a third party, an expert accreditor to assess, may reduce certain biases associated. So indeed, I think everybody was thrilled when we saw the news that Crescent Rating indeed is coming on board Klook and will be part of such certification to give that added assurance as well. So I think, although we were talking about AI, right, I did want to bring up an example that we should not forget, which is using mobile apps or even super apps, right? These are still relevant. And again, AI is part of that story as well, but perhaps more behind the scenes. So that's one, right? Using mobile apps and having these assurance indicators or rather signals that are there. And I think having these being clearly indicated there as well, it does create a sense of a social influence that you are in an environment where indeed such Muslim-friendly facilities are present and there are such practices that are happening. This social influence has been shown to be critical as well when we talk about technology. Yes, early adopters, you might be adopting the technology from your own personality, right? You might be someone who like to try new things, but social influence, social norms, peer pressure is real, right? And certainly it can facilitate as well into a greater feeling of assurance. If I were to bring AI more upfront, right, perhaps a more exciting development would be in terms of having AI concierge services. So this is exciting territory, right? A lot of hotels are experimenting with this. You can imagine going into a hotel, and I think some hotels are already having self-service kiosks, right? And the idea there again is it's not for the technology to be a mere replacement to the functions that once were in the hands of a human, because once that happens, then the comparison will come naturally, right? Yeah, where's the person to greet me? Where's the sense of hospitality? The technology must offer greater value that the customer, the traveler, the guest can understand. And once the guest can understand that greater value, then it's okay, right? So you can imagine going into a hotel in the near future and having an AI concierge greet you. Hello, what can I help you with? Yeah, the AI concierge will be able to have a conversation with you, perhaps plan your itinerary if you didn't have one, right? And really be able to pack together real-time data that is almost very hard for any human being to do, right? Real-time traffic data, weather data to recommend to you. Yeah, should you take the bus? Should you walk? Should you this and that? And if you needed extra towels, we can assist. Hey, how did you know I needed extra towels? Well, in terms of the analytics that was going on behind the scenes, the AI could predict, right, that guests of your profile tend to ask that, yeah, you have a family and this and that. So that's exciting territory. Yeah, that creates new experiences, which is what really digital is about. And when we add the assurance element to that as well, really new remarkable assurance elements too, right? Experiences that at the present moment we are unable to perhaps even imagine, but we hope that again AI can be used as an ally to unlock these new experiences and make our travel experiences more remarkable.
Yes, I actually relate to the towel story, since every time my family go to a hotel, we always ask for extra towel, and it's always something that becomes a hassle because sometimes it's hard to call the receptionist, or it's also hard just to get a towel. Sometimes they don't bring it, so it will be very exciting and very nice if they could understand beforehand that this guy will ask for a towel. It's something that felt simple but could actually increase the experience significantly. So it seems like we've been discussing for so long. It's very interesting to discuss about Rida with everyone here. So just to wrap up, I would like to ask everyone, for all of the speakers, about so what's the next step? So we know about Rida, we learned about how we can implement it, but we really want to get this rolling into the real world. So how can stakeholders, like both the public and also the private institutions, to collaborate and also to adopt and scale this Rida framework across the different markets? Since it's very interesting how we talk about digital, but we also talk about immersive, about the villages that there might not be internet. So how do we bring all of these elements into those places? And what are the first strategic steps that we need to take? So maybe we'll start from Mr. Taufik. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, Shafa. So yeah, I think from this discussion, we understand that the Rida itself actually trying to serve a blueprint for destinations and service providers, aiming to optimize their offerings and effectively engage with the Muslim travelers, right? But in terms of adapting and also scaling the Rida framework itself, I believe it requires a collaborative efforts between the public and also the private stakeholders. starting with the public bodies such as the tourism ministers or perhaps destination management organizations. I think they can play a crucial role in endorsing and also promoting the framework, and then even incorporating it to their principles or into national or regional tourism policies, and even further providing infrastructure that supports the dimensions just like digital connectivity and also sustainable practices. And then in terms of the private stakeholders, including like hotels, airlines, tour operators, and other service providers, I believe the implementation is more towards implementing that into their daily operations, starting from training staff or perhaps invest in technology, or even further develop a specific product and services that meet the framework standards and to further serve the needs of the Muslim travelers itself. I think in terms of the step-by-step, I think we can start by raising the awareness about the benefits and about the RIDA framework itself among all of the stakeholders. And then this can be followed by developing practical tools and resources such as like guidelines or perhaps training programs. And the aim is to help the business understand and even implement each dimension of the RIDA itself. And then lastly, the most important one is to develop monitoring system. The idea is to create a credible system for evaluation and certification. Perhaps we can use the RIDA impact score that are currently developed by Crescent Rating. And this one would provide a benchmark for quality and even encourage wider adaptation of RIDA framework itself. So yeah, I think this all would be important in ensuring a long-term sustainability and effectiveness in meeting the evolving needs of Muslim travelers or even the broader tourism landscape. I think that's it for me.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Taufik. He has explained to us the all of the stakeholders that could join into this initiative. So now maybe we'll move on to Dr. Nisha. What about your thoughts?
Yeah. So what I feel is that while the components of the dimensions of the RIDA framework is there, regardless of whether we are talking about halal tourism or the tourism industry as a whole, right? There is a trend moving towards that direction already. However, we need to look at how do we map the nexus between halal tourism and, say, the area that I work on is sustainability, for example, right? While many of these tourism destinations that are into halal tourism are already practicing. However, in terms of looking at the interrelationship, the close connection between the values, the faith values, and what are the values of sustainability, and how does that translate it in a very simplistic form to the consumer? All right, and how do you even translate that to the suppliers, right? This is, I think, the next thing that we really need to do. Well, it's a framework. Frameworks are beautiful. However, how does that become meaningful to the industry? Right? I think that's a very important thing we need to look at and teach them how to see the meaningful relationship and how do you communicate that to the consumer. I give you one example. Recently, I was asked to speak at one of the Sustainable Tourism Forum in Pakistan. And you know that Pakistan is an Islamic destination, you know. Many of the components of what we talk about in RIDA is available there, but they don't know how to translate that, you know, in terms of halal tourism. They're not even thinking about it in that way, right? So while they know that they have a ready market out there, they know they are doing sustainability or sustainable development and inclusive form of tourism, but how do we merge these two? How do we look at the nexus and appeal to the halal traveler, right? And how do we talk about that to the local communities, you know, the need for conservation and preservation, and that being not to waste resources, right? It's part of our values. You know, how do you communicate that to communities and suppliers so they stop wasting resources? Because that's really against the grain of our Islamic values. You know, how to conserve things. And if we are able to translate that and making it more meaningful, that would be the value of the RIDA framework.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nisha. So we should really strive next on how the people in the industry could really understand the meaning behind RIDA. So to wrap up, let's ask Dr. Hafiz about your thoughts.
Thank you, Shafa. I think Dr. Nisha and Taufik really brought up very good and important, relevant points. I think from the academic side, I think academics need to roll with the RIDA framework and really have a go at it, assess its capability, how robust it is. I tried to have a go with it with Mr. Fazal. So we've published a paper on RIDA in the Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Horizons. I think our viewers might want to check it out, where we try to assess. And certainly one of the conclusions that we came up with, which concurs with what our other panelists said, was that it is multifaceted, which means to effectively implement it, it's multi-stakeholder. Many hands on board with different perspectives and systems as well. Systems that need to somewhat talk to each other in order for RIDA to fully actualize in terms of its potential. And with that, I think there's also a need to, in the implementation of RIDA, there's also a need to involve the traveler as well, or rather the consumer. So in terms of co-creating these possible solutions, we have to involve them as well in the process, because a lot of the things that RIDA advocates as well requires some experimentation, and the localization as well requires careful tweaking with the customer's voice in mind. And then lastly, I think if I were to reflect on, again, RIDA, right? It comes from the Arabic word, which means you sort of like give approval or contentment to something. If my little one did something wrong, how would I be feeling RIDA, right? I have to be ready in a sense as well. I have to have those values. So I think from an organizational perspective, perhaps we need to look at how ready they are, a kind of a RIDA readiness, if you would, right? Whether there's a leadership and culture there that understands what RIDA is about, that believes in the outputs and outcomes that RIDA is trying to advocate. And I think certainly that's key to actualizing the entire components, in bringing all these different parts together, which again, like what Dr. Nisha said, it might already be in the company, but while AI can only do so much, at least in the current moment, we still need that human will to bring it together and see it through to achieve that vision of RIDA.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hafiz. So yeah, that concludes our session today. So all in all, if I were to conclude all the discussions today, the RIDA itself is here to help everyone, not just only the company, but also for the travelers and also for the government itself, to really know which key points that are very important to leverage the experience in travel today. So without really excluding any parts, everything is all in this one RIDA framework, and we're really hoping that this discussion could be a beginning of more movements in the future. And so yeah, thank you so much for everyone here, for Dr. Nisha, Dr. Hafiz, and also Mr. Taufik, for all of your thoughtful insights. And thank you everyone who's watching this for joining us today. So this session is part of the Halal in Travel Global Summit, and I encourage you to check out the many other engaging sessions that is happening throughout this event. That is all from me. Sahabat Dewi Nugroho. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And enjoy the rest of the summit.
Mari saya bagi tahu kenapa anda kena pergi Taiwan.
Tengok bawah. Sekarang tengok atas.
Tengoklah sekeliling.
Anda boleh cuba pengalaman baru di sini.
Berani mencuba sesuatu yang mencabar.
Anda boleh merasakan ketenangan. Ada banyak lagi yang menarik. Makanannya enak-enak. Sebuah budaya yang unik. Semuanya menanti untuk anda rasai.
Taiwan ada semua yang anda nak.
Jadi apa lagi?
Jom Taiwan!
Sadia, it's been too long.
Hi, Brett. It's gorgeous. I love what you've done with the place.
I'm so happy that you decided to join us for the night.
When I heard that you got your crescent rating, I just had to come experience these magical views.
Thank you so much for introducing me to Crescent Rating. As we are not a dry hotel, the Crescent Rating scale from 1 to 7 works really well for us. It also helps a Muslim traveller to identify how Muslim-friendly your hotel is.
That's great to hear. How did you find the experience?
It was so easy. First, we did an online application, followed by a site inspection.
I can't wait any longer. Show me what changes you've made.
It was just a few tweaks and adding services to cater to the needs of our Muslim guests. Based on our offering, we've received a Crescent Rating 5, which means our gin bar is still open to our regular guests. However, our fabulous restaurant now uses only halal certified ingredients.
That smells delicious.
We provide guests with prayer mats on demand and directions to nearby mosques. We also point out other halal eateries in Cape Town. Additionally, we have discreetly placed the Qibla direction in our bedrooms.
How have you found it?
Well, having our hotel on Halal Trip has been fantastic for occupancy. And the Crescent Rating online training courses have also helped our staff to better understand the Muslim guests.
I feel at home already. I never want to leave.
Wait till you see the views from your room.
In every journey, faith is our compass. Introducing the Halal Trip app, your faithful companion in exploring the world whilst staying connected to your beliefs. With the in-flight prayer time calculator and alerts, Halal Trip keeps you in tune with your prayers wherever you are. Find your Qibla direction seamlessly. Whether you're amidst the bustling city or on a tranquil island, track your spiritual journey with our prayer analytics, helping you stay committed to your faith. A treasure trove of du'as for every occasion, right at your fingertips. Discover the unseen with halal travel guides and inspiring travel blogs curated just for you. Satisfy your palate with a variety of halal restaurants nearby, wherever your adventures take you. Unlock exclusive travel package deals for a journey that's as enriching as it is economical. Join thousands embarking on a faithful journey with Halal Trip. Download now. Halal Trip, your gateway to a faithful exploration.
Anda tak pernah pergi Taiwan? Takkanlah, dia betul. Mari saya bagi tahu kenapa anda kena pergi Taiwan. Tengok bawah. Sekarang tengok atas. Tengoklah sekeliling.
Anda boleh cuba pengalaman baru di sini.
Berani mencuba sesuatu yang mencabar.
Anda boleh merasakan ketenangan. Ada banyak lagi yang menarik. Makanannya enak-enak. Sebuah budaya yang unik. Semuanya menanti untuk anda rasai.
Taiwan ada semua yang anda nak.
Jadi apa lagi?
Jom Taiwan!
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning to those who are joining from the Middle East and Europe, and good afternoon to those who are joining from Asia. Welcome to the Halal In Travel Global Summit 2025. I take this opportunity to welcome everyone for joining us today at the Halal In Travel Global Summit 2025 hosted by Crescent Rating. In this session, we will discuss the topic of protecting the planet, integrating environmental stewardship into halal tourism. We have three main objectives for this session. The first objective is to explore how environmental sustainability aligns with the ethical and values-driven principles of halal tourism. Second objective is going to be to identify actionable strategies for integrating eco-conscious practices across the halal travel ecosystem. Third objective is to discuss how halal tourism stakeholders can contribute to climate goals, biodiversity protection, and community sustainability. So very important three objectives we have for this session. To explore further these objectives, I'm joining you today from the beautiful Sydney, Australia. My name is Irshad Kader, and I'm the CEO of Global Think Halal Industry Consulting Services, serving the Australasia and Middle East regions. It is truly a pleasure and honor to be with you all. Over the past 30 years, I have been fortunate to work across the travel retail, hospitality sectors in Australia, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East. Throughout this journey, I have developed a deep passion for the advancement of the global halal tourism industry. Alhamdulillah, I have had the privilege of contributing to this growing field by participating in various international initiatives and presenting several research papers, including at the prestigious World Halal Summit in Istanbul, as well as at other key conferences around the world dedicated to halal industry development. Currently, I'm pursuing my PhD in halal industry management, focusing on the governance of Muslim-friendly tourism and hospitality in Australia. So today, I am extremely happy and humbled to serve as the moderator for this important session. I look forward to a meaningful discussion, engaging insights, and valuable exchange of ideas as we collectively contribute to the growth and sustainability of halal tourism and its impact on the global travel landscape. Thank you all for joining us, and let's make this a productive and inspiring session together, inshallah. Today, if I may give you a bit of background of how we are and what we are doing at this point of time when it comes to halal tourism. Today, environmental sustainability is no longer a peripheral concern. It is central to the future of global tourism. As the world faces pressing environmental challenges, our industry must rise to meet them with integrity, innovation, and a sense of collective responsibility. For halal tourism, this shift is not only necessary, it's not only necessary for us, it is deeply aligned with our core values. In this session, we are honored to bring together a group of leaders and change makers who are pioneering new paths forward. They will share practical solutions and strategies, from reducing carbon emissions and managing waste to conserving water, energy, and biodiversity, all while satisfying or staying true to faith-based values and advancing global sustainability goals. We will also explore how environmentally conscious tourism can enhance the appeal of destinations. So this is something very important we will discuss today. All right, so we will explore how environmentally conscious tourism can enhance the appeal of destinations, empower local communities, this is another, and ensure the long-term viability of the halal tourism sector. To explore this timely needed and an important topic, we are honored to be joined by three distinguished guests who will share their insights with us. Let me begin by introducing our first guest to the audience. The first guest is going to be none other than Sister Saida Ahmed, founder and the president of Sustainable Cities Global Limited. Sister Saida is a sustainability advocate. She is an ambassador for the United Nations Global Sustainable Index Institute, and an advisor to its 25 international sustainable cities, known as Model Cases of Excellence, on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. She's also a special advisor to the President of Somalia for the development and growth of education, healthcare, environment, and the industrial, animal, and commercial sectors. Not only that, she's also the advisor to the government of Brazil on halal industry development. She's currently leading in and involved in high-level financing in halal and impact sectors, clean energy, health and wellness, housing, education, and waste to commodities projects, food security and clean energy, tech to finance the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I was told by Sister Saida just a while ago that she'll be announcing a major international project originating in Brazil on World Environmental Day on 5th of June 2025. Sister Saida, we'll be waiting for that major announcement. And it is good to have you with us today in this panel.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. It's my pleasure.
Pleasure is ours as well. Then the second guest, yes, Brother Taufan Rahmadi is the founder of Indonesia Tourism Innovation Foundation, ITIF. Brother Taufan Rahmadi, a national tourism development strategist in Indonesia, has established himself as one of Indonesia's most influential figures in the tourism sector. With unwavering dedication to community-based, cultural, and environmentally conscious tourism development, Brother Taufan has remained committed to the cause for over a decade. Today, he's been one of the advisors to the current president of Indonesia, President Prabowo. He's entrusted as a member of the Expert Council for the National Solidarity Movement. We call it GSN, in the field of tourism. So he's playing a very important role in the Indonesian government. Most importantly, Brother Taufan played an important role in positioning the beautiful island of Lombok as a leading global halal destination, which I witnessed early this year, and won several prestigious awards. Lombok is an island with 1,000 mosques. We also have third guest. He'll be joining us later. This is Professor Jack Sim, who is the founder of World Toilet Organization. Mr. Toilet, Jack Sim broke the global taboo around toilets and sanitation. That's his specialty. His World Toilet Organization brought toilets to 2.5 billion people. He graduated at Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy and Singularity University. And also he's a fellow of Schwab, of the World Economic Forum, and also Ashoka Global Fellow. Also, he has won an award from Queen Elizabeth's Points of Light Award. Also Clinton Global Initiatives Fellow, and as well as he appeared on Time Magazine's Heroes of the Environment for 2008. And also his honorary doctorate from the University of Strathclyde. So here we go. So we have a wonderful line of guest speakers to discuss this topic. So without further ado, I would ask the first question from our first guest, which is Sister Saida. Sister Saida, would you like to explain to us how do Islamic principles and halal tourism values, in the sense, how do Islamic principles and halal tourism values align with the environmental stewardship and sustainability?
Thank you. The first thing is that with the Islamic values of Hukukul Ibad, the responsibility to creation. Now, creation doesn't just mean people who are Muslims. It doesn't mean just people within a particular nationality or background. It actually is much wider, and it encompasses wider than the corporate social responsibility. Incorporates within this biodiversity. It includes within there the responsibility to social justice, etc. So the first thing I would say, Islamic economy is rooted in responsibility to all those around us. And as a traveler, the Quran mentions, the rights of travelers, etc. But also, I think we need to kind of take it a step further and say, in a world which is increasingly globalized, and, the global village is in real play at this moment in time. Muslims are traveling all over the world, and we have not just, I suppose, needs as any other traveler would have, but we have faith-based needs and spirituality-based needs as travelers, in terms of, access to food or access to certain types of things that we associate with being a Muslim. But it's not just our needs, it's about the needs of the communities, the biodiversity, and actually the local people who are socially disadvantaged in a particular area. Because, tourism and travel shouldn't be something we do with mindlessness. We should be conscious, we should be aware, and we should be doing it with the intent that we as travelers, when we go to a particular place, we leave it better than we've received it. And those people are nurtured and nourished through us visiting them rather than harmed. And the reason I say this is because globally, in a sense of where capitalism has thrived, is like creating cheap bargain holidays, going out there, having big buffets, etc., large amounts of wastage of food, where actually, there's and I will go into this in more detail, but it's where there's the assets of that area have been stripped down. The resources are being used in a profoundly wasteful way, and in a way which is not sustainable long term. But also the different stakeholder groups, which I would say are protected by the Quran and by Islam, should actually be looked after, and they're not. And I think that, this is a great opportunity where halal tourism is concerned, in ensuring that we don't just have a place where we can pray or have access to halal food, that we create the narrative of responsible, kind, and actually socially and biodiversity, climate responsible practices.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, when it comes to waste, I mean, you made a very good point, Sister Saida. I mean, the destinations when they're taking care of the guests. I mean, the one side is the resources, the other side is how you're managing the resources. This matters, and Islam doesn't encourage israf, which is waste. You made a very good point, and how the destinations are taking care of their guests and how best they can make sure the waste is being controlled or waste is being minimized, because there are so many out there in the world starving for food. I mean, we can think of course, many countries. I mean, we can name it.
Yes.
But even for one time meal and 1 time a day, I mean, it's not been there. So it's something that very important, cautious. The destination should be very cautious when they're serving, taking care of the guest. The other one, the very important point you mentioned was Islamic economy is rooted, and it's not only for Muslims, it's for all. That's a very valid point, Sister Saida.
May I add something just based on what you said? And I really like the idea of how you've mentioned around, usage and resource management.
Yeah.
Now, one is about wastefulness. So it's like what the hotels or the accommodation or the airlines, for example, are doing. And the other is our use of resources, gluttony. Do I need to fill 7 plates of food at a buffet when I know that the child is 3 years old and they'll barely finish 1 plate? How are we using what we're doing? So greed plays a part in this and so forth, and managing resources in such a way that when we're using something, we're doing it in a way which doesn't it doesn't spoil our holiday or our enjoyment of the activity, but at the same time, it doesn't exploit what's there. And I think that there's another part in this which I'm happy to just bring up now, and this is about also how workers are treated, because I think that there's examples where you see tourists going in with superstar status in their head, and they can be extremely rude to people who are poor, who are working in the hotels, in the hospitality industry. And I'm not going to mention which country it was, but I remember going on a business trip over 15 years ago. And when I went there was somebody at the hotel lobby that was working there as concierge, and he helped me with my luggage. He did all of these things, and every time I'd come in and out of that hotel, I would always greet him and ask him how he was. Years passed, and I think over 12 years had passed, and I was back in that area again. And when I went there, the same concierge was there, and he said, Madam Saida, how are you? And I said, oh my gosh, you have an amazing memory. You are so, you are so mindful that I came here. And I said, it's been over 12 years. And you remember, he goes, we always remember the people who are really nice to us. And I just thought it's beautiful that he remembered me, but it's actually tragic that he had to remember me for 12 years, because the fact that tourists are going out and not being respectful and mindful and kind to people who are working in these spaces, and sometimes they're in very poor paid, jobs, etc. It shouldn't be the way of Islamic or halal tourism. We need to kind of strive to be better, kinder, and much more responsible to those whose lands we go to look at and to experience. And we need to make it easier for people that are living in those areas and working in those areas as a legacy, not just to those people, but the next set of tourists that come. Because if we go there and trash it, then the next people are going to get an experience of a place that isn't the way we inherited it.
Yeah, absolutely right. I totally agree with you. It's not only we are taking care of the waste of food and the other resources, also your human resources and how you can take care of them. And
Yes.
there is a famous saying: when you take care of your staff, the staff will take care of your customers.
Yes. Yes.
Right? And it's Islamic principles and how you should be treating your employees. That itself. So it's embedded within the halal tourism. And also environmental, how you can take care of the environment as guest. You're visiting another destination. It's not that you can do whatever you want to. You have to take care of the environment. You have to take care of the cultural sites. You have to take care of the fellow citizens in that country, the local economy. Try to spend money with the locals there to support their local economy. So all these actually are part of course, it's embedded within the halal tourism values. But of course, these are Islamic principles. So thank you very much, Sister Saida. Let me ask my second guest, Brother Taufan. Of course, he's from Indonesia, the beautiful island of Lombok. What are some practical ways tourism businesses can reduce their environmental footprint while serving Muslim travelers? Yeah. So what are some practical ways tourism businesses can reduce their environmental footprint? You have practiced it because I know you've been a halal tourism practitioner. Could you tell us your perspective and how you have practice this in your country?
Baik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Brother Irsad, for inviting me to this event, and also Sister Saida Ahmed. Thank you also for your. I admire your achievement in halal tourism. Yeah. So before I answer your question, Brother Irsad, let me tell you about my my outfit right now. You know, I think this is very relevant, yeah, for the spirit of this halal in travel. Yeah, I use a very traditional headband from Sasaknis. It called sapu. Yeah, sapu. Yeah, this sapu is the symbolize of Sasaknis man. Yeah, that he belongs to the God. He make a great commitment to the God. He do not want to act bad into the environment. He do not want to act bad for the people, for the guests. He only serve for the God Almighty, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, and also want have the commitment for the society. This is the spirit of Sapu. So why I use this? I want that whole the world to see us. That's the spirit of halal. That spirit of tourism, halal tourism, is already in our blood, in our DNA. Okay? So if you talk about West Nusa Tenggara, Lombok and Sumbawa, the soul of tourism is already in halal spirit.
Yeah.
Okay, that's my introduction to this event. Okay, I begin to make make in charge in tourism when the governor asked me to be the chairman of West Nusa Tenggara Tourism Board in 2014. In that time, many people in Lombok do not understand about halal tourism. This is challenging for me. This is challenging for the government. So the first step is make people know, make a socialization about the halal tourism. So we invite all the leaders. We invite the minister. We invite the halal figures like Prof. Sapta, Mr. Yanto Sofyan. All Indonesian leaders knows about halal. We invite to come to Lombok, and also we invite the people leader, the religion leader, yeah, the culture leader, the industry, yeah, from the tourism village also. All the stakeholders we invite in the national meeting about halal tourism in that time. What is the goal? That they have to know about the halal tourism. So in that time, the point of the meeting is we all agree. First, halal tourism is a lifestyle. It's the extended services. Halal tourism did not kill the conventional tourism. Yeah, did not kill conventional tourism. And also, this is part of the opportunity to grab the market, the other market, that the tourists wants to have the halal services during their holiday. Yeah, this is the spirit. And then, what about the industry? We have a clear also definition that industry only just prepare for the services that they already done every time, because in Indonesia, in Lombok, the default DNA is already halal. You know what I mean? Because majority is already a Muslim, so the hotel, the restaurant is already served in halal. Yeah, and then we ask them that you just serve what you have to serve every day to the traveler. That's a halal services. The kitchen, the room with the toilet, with the standard of our Muslim toilet, yeah, and then also the amenities, yeah, also the garbage, and Al Quran, also the what I call it rukuh, yeah. For the woman to pray.
Is the abaya you mean?
Yeah, you mean, yeah, I see like that. Yeah. That's so just prepare for that. This is the first step that we want to make industry stakeholder do not afraid about halal tourism. Do not afraid. Just do what you have to do, like daily services with your tourists. That's the first thing that we do during my as a chairman of West Nusa Tenggara Tourism Promotion Board. The second is make a standout promotion. Make a standout promotion. I know that we have a limited budget. I know that Lombok, when choose halal tourism, still have no support from other province in Indonesia. They still very afraid to make branding as a halal tourism destination at that time. So I prepare the material, the marketing tools and everything 1 year from 2014, until 2015. I prepare very properly for the promotion. One of the biggest is the catwalk in the air. We give an idea to the Garuda Indonesia, the national flight courier of Indonesia. We ask the management that we want to cooperate with you, but you have to promote Lombok Sumbawa as the tourism destination with the soul of the halal services. And then they agree, and in that inauguration, we do catwalk in the air with the 3 princes represent the 3 major tribes in Indonesia, traditional ethnic group in Indonesia, in Lombok, in West Nusa Tenggara, Sasak, Mbojo, and Samawa. That's the 3 best ethnic group, 3 great ethnic group in Indonesia. In West Nusa Tenggara, I mean. So that catwalk in the air is very make attention to the media. And then our video that launched in Garuda, so that event spread all over the world. So this is the momentum for the great promotion Lombok and Sumbawa as a halal tourism destination. In 2015, World Halal Travel Award called us that we have been as a champion for 2 categories: World Best Halal Tourism Destination and World Best Halal Honeymoon Destination. Then this is become the 1-year highlight of the Minister of Tourism of Indonesia. At that time is Mr. Arif Yahya. So socialization, stand out promotion, and we have the world recognition. Now, after that, after we have the world recognition as the world best halal tourism destination, the stakeholders begins to believe us that they do not afraid anymore to put the label halal in their promotion tools. You know what I mean? Yeah. So they put the label halal in every sales mission. This is Lombok. This is Samawa. This is West Nusa Tenggara. We are a halal destination.
Very good.
If you take a look before that, in 2015, they do not know anything. They're very scared to put the label on. So I think this is it's very, very a great moment for us in that time.
Yeah. And just a quick one, since you mentioned about that, since we are talking about the environmental footprint, especially when it comes to Lombok, I have seen, the way that you have promoted, as you rightly mentioned, now it's been an icon, and Lombok Island has won 3 times Global Halal Best Destination Awards. It's amazing achievement, Brother Taufan. Can you tell us how you incorporated the environmental factor? Because when I found you have green initiatives, the clean beach initiatives. Could you tell us how this all been the strategies been devised and formulated?
Okay, this is my work portfolio during the ministry choose me as the halal tourism team at that time. We always support the destination that support the environment, like Gili. When you go to Gili, there is no motorcycle there, only biking. You know what I mean? So we have together to protect the Gili from the motorcycle. We don't want the Gili pollute by the gas. The gas,
the
you know
carbon,
what I mean?
The carbon, the gas, yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the carbon of the gas. So that's one.
Yes.
The second one, that we also make a very interesting package travel. Yeah, package travel that every tourist that come to destination must planting the trees. You know what I mean? Must planting the trees with his name. So we want maybe 3 or 4 years after the tourists plant the trees, they will come again to see the growth of the trees with his name or her name, like that.
Very good initiative.
Nice.
It's nice.
So that's
very
the simple
unique
thing that we do. That is a simple thing that we do to support the environment, sustainability tourism in Lombok. That's
fantastic. Thank you very much, Brother Taufan. Really interesting, and how you promoted from zero. I mean, there was no concept as such in Lombok as halal tourism, and you started during your chairmanship, and now it's been thriving and already won 3 global or international awards for the island. I'm very happy about it. I think Professor Jack has joined the team. How are you, Professor Jack?
Yeah, very good. Thanks.
I already introduced you. I knew that you had some issues with the connection. So let me ask the question straight away from you, Professor Jack, because I know you're expert in this, of course, the toilets and sanitation arena, and you won many global awards, and also provided 2.5 billion toilets for 2.5 billion people. So sanitation is a critical but often overlooked aspect of sustainable tourism. How does improving access to clean, dignified sanitation facilities support environmental stewardship and inclusive travel, particularly for faith-based travelers, Professor Jack?
Yeah, thank you very much. So basically, for halal tourism, tourists should have ablution facilities. So I think if you have an extra design for ablution, washing your arms, your legs, I think it will be very attractive for destination owners, especially if you're attracting the Islamic tourists. In many places, they don't realize that this is profitable, and also it's very it's a good service. So I think every public toilet where you have Islam travelers or community or population should be provided with either a Japanese type of the wash bidet toilet, which is the best, or at least the tube. If you have the hose, what happened is that the water tend to spill outside the WC, so that is still a little bit of wetness. The footprint will bring it outside a bit dirty. But if you have the smart toilet nowadays, it's not very expensive anymore. It used to be very, very expensive. I think bidet toilets can be very recommended. Recently, I was approached by the Saudi Arabia Authority for the two holiest mosques, Medina and
Makkah.
That for the Hajj and Umrah, how to improve the cleanliness of the toilets and the state of repair. So we are looking at all the problem statement, and we are also giving them valuable advice. And that's also religious tourism is also very, very critical. So I believe that the scholarly book in the Hadith, they also cover very, very detailed how to prepare ablution before prayer. And I think you have to pray 5 times a day, and you don't want najis to happen.
Correct.
And the prayer become invalid. So I believe that we should promote more about this particular subject so that the awareness can be very, very widespread. And another interesting thing is that the Hindus, they are also washers. And so when you provide this facility, it's not just the Islam people, but the Muslim, the Hindus are also enjoying such facility. And it's a sizable number of customers and tourists that you can attract. If you add the total population of all the washers in the world, that's quite a lot of people, Hindu is 1.4 billion people, and Islam is another very big number of people.
Yeah.
I think we should start to create the awareness, and I'm very happy to facilitate, because from the World Toilet Organization, our mission is to ensure that everybody have access to enjoyable, safe sanitation, and very happy to work with everybody. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much, Professor Jack. I mean, you've been the pioneer in this field. When it was a taboo, I mean, you're the one who came and broke, and you basically took the message to the entire world. Thanks for that on behalf of the entire world community. And also, as you rightly said, the cleanliness is part of our faith. Basically, it's called tahara, the Arabic term tahara, which is you need to be in a state of cleanliness, cleanliness, of course, before you even offering the prayer, as you rightly mentioned. So najis is which, if you have najis on the body or even in your clothes, I mean, your prayer will not be accepted. So that's something very important. So when the Muslim travelers in halal tourism, especially when they go to destinations, I think destinations' responsibility is to make sure they are being provided with proper toilets and also sanitation facilities, which they would be have free peace of mind, and wherever they go, they know that it's clean, it's nice, and they can they can perform their duties as well. Let me get back to Sister Saida. How can halal tourism contribute to global goals on climate action, biodiversity, and resource conservation? Because you are from this area of work. I know for sure you've been heavily involved in global, sustainable Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and you've been traveling to many countries in promoting these goals. Would you like to tell us how halal tourism can contribute to global goals on climate change, biodiversity, and resource conservation?
Sure. So first of all, I think that we need to look at this both from a strategy level and what we set as our goals, but also we look at this from the point of view of on a community level, on a community upwards level. So I think that the first thing we need to see is how ready is that country or that the industry in that country, not just for the halal economy, but also for sustainability and impact, etc. Now, I know that Indonesia has been doing a lot of work around this, and also with Saudi Arabia and their 2030 vision. So looking at, for example, where the interface between halal and climate responsibility, etc., happens. But I think there's another aspect to this as well, and we're seeing it in Europe at the moment. We're seeing it in North America, where some of the environmental and the social impact areas are being scaled down. And they're being scaled down, the climate responsibility areas, some of the, sustainable development goals, the adherence to them, etc. However, I feel as a halal economy and where halal tourism is concerned, we need to be scaling up rather than down. And we need to lead by example, because I think often we're trailing behind others. There's a thing in terms of capitalism and international business around profit maximization. However, in Islam and the Islamic economy and halal tourism, but just the Islamic economy per se, there should be profit optimization where we make profit. But in Islam, you know that there's a requirement of how we do things. So, for example, and using it on a community level, you pay the worker, the hadith, and the example that Prophet Muhammad SAW gave us was that you pay the worker before the sweat on their back has dried. So that looks at workers' rights. Then you look at, for example, if you're looking at the hotels, there's the 5-star international chains, then there's the other local, and then there's the small guest houses. What do we put in place to enable those businesses to do the best for us? And how do we become informed travelers guiding? So what I would expect from a 5-star international chain would be very different to what I would expect from a small local guest house. And I think that the other thing that's really important is sourcing locally, the businesses, supporting local businesses, etc. Now there's, small things like, for example, tissues, you use or cosmetic products, cotton wool, etc. Those things, you can actually go buy them from the multinational chains, or there may be local suppliers. And for example, substituting environmentally harmful products. So things like paper that's been sourced from, protected forests and it's harmful, replacing it for bamboo tissues. For example, supporting a local ecosystem of business, but then also making sure that the checks and balances are in place to pay people fairly, on time, etc. I mean, I don't know if you know, but some of the international holiday groups, they go to developing countries all over the world. They take out long-term contracts, and they might say, well, okay, we're going to take a long-term contract out, and we will pay you, let's just say the food cost would be about £150. They would say, well, we'll pay you £90, but we'll fill the hotel up for you. And then they pay them 6 months down the line rather than when the money is due. That puts a massive strain on that particular hotel, on the services that are provided, but also some of the people who then get the squeeze, the knock-on effect of getting, paying for less than what the true cost of that product is. And when I say that true cost, there's a biodiversity cost, there's a human cost, there's a hunger cost, there's a local people cost, all of those. Then what will happen is those hotels or those travel groups will go to the local farmers and they'll say, we're not paying you the going rate. We're not going to pay you this much Indonesian rupiah, which is what your true rate is. We're going to pay you 20 or 30% and take it or leave it. And if those farmers feel that they have less money, that they're going to get boycotted or they're going to be put under political pressure, a lot of them succumb to the international parties. We need to make sure we stop that happening. We need to make sure the local supply chains are paid on time, they're paid fairly, and so forth. There's also another part that comes from unethical, unfair business practices that are not rooted into biodiversity, etc. When you cut the amount that you're paying and the true cost and it's not covered, so I think what's really important is that when we do things properly, environmental sustainability, responsibility to biodiversity and community regeneration must go hand in hand with halal tourism. There's no one or other. It has to be together, because if we don't do it the right way, what we're going to do is to create harm to the earth, to biodiversity, to people. And actually we become takers and exploiters rather than contributors and givers. And I think that the example I use of profit optimization, in the Islamic economy, it's not about one group taking maximum profit at the expense of biodiversity, of people, of climate. It's about optimizing it so everybody's looked after. And so I can't maximize my profit and actually commit social injustices. It's against my faith. So if I am interested in traveling in a faith-centric way, it can't be done ethically or morally in a way which harms the people or the areas I'm going to. Some of the things that can be done is actually investing or giving, supporting local businesses that are doing work, like supporting youth or supporting women or people who struggle in society normally. Again, the hotels provide cultural activities which are reinvesting and supporting local tradespeople, local businesses, etc. Maybe some of these things will cost more from a point of view for the hotel than a multinational chain, but the circular economy and the multiplier effect of having people that are working, lands that are being nourished properly rather than exploited, will have a long-term effect which gives community profit, which gives biodiversity related profit and value, which is beyond what is being measured in purely profit-driven models.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely. I mean, I totally agree with you. I mean, profit maximization versus profit optimization. This is something very interesting takeaway. In Islam, it talks about profit optimization, not maximization. So we need to take care of the local businesses, and of course, as you rightly mentioned, it starts from paying the right salary, taking care of your own staff, helping the small businesses in the area, and giving them sustainable future. Basically, when you support them, they can support back to the community.
Yep.
Thank you very
this
much.
is what I'm sorry, Brother Irshad, this is what I'm doing in Brazil as well. So one of the projects we've already signed up in Brazil is around the carbon markets and so forth, and utilizing climate finance to create ethical, sustainable tourism and income opportunities for the local people. So we're matching and bringing financial investment into Brazil to create not just inward foreign direct investment, but supporting the local infrastructure like clean water facilities, housing, healthcare, micro enterprise programs which train people and provide them with the resources so that they can have businesses. So when we start bringing the people in as tourists, we are doing so in a way where the local people can benefit and they can have a good quality livelihood and happiness in their own lives, as well as giving it to us. Because the worst thing that can happen is we go to another country we take the resources, the goodwill, the kindness, and there's an abundance of kindness from the hosts of many of these countries, but actually give them something that they can afford to feed their families with dignity and to give their children an education. And if their child wants to go to the fairground or have an ice cream, they can afford that just as well as we can enjoy it for our families and our children.
Yeah, correct. Thank you very much, sister. It's a very interesting project. I would like to explore more in the future discussions. And Brazil is going to have some wonderful case studies for us to share around the world. Quickly, Brother Taufan, we are running out of time. So in nutshell, can you share examples of destinations or organizations that have successfully integrated sustainability into halal tourism offerings from your perspective, from your experience?
Okay. Yeah, of course. During my job in the chairman of West Nusa Tenggara Tourism Promotion Board, Lombok is a great example, I think. Before we choose halal tourism as our brand, the rising of the tourists visiting to Lombok is just a common amount, yeah. But after we have award from the World Halal Travel Award, we rise until 174% in that time, yeah, 2015. So this is become the inspiration from other provinces like Aceh, like West Sumatra, like West Java. They come to us and they learn how to make destination become a halal destination. This is, I think, a great achievement for halal tourism in Indonesia as services that make great revenue for tourism devisa, like this. Yeah.
Do you have anything else to say?
A few days ago, I met the governor of West Nusa Tenggara, the new governor, Mr. Iqbal. During our conversation, we have agreed that Lombok right now, Lombok and Sumbawa, West Nusa Tenggara right now, must come up with the quality tourism. You know what I mean? Sustainable tourism. Yeah. With the base is Muslim-friendly destination. Yeah.
Right.
He also agreed that in the future, many program of tourism in West Nusa Tenggara related to the services for Muslim visitor, and also we make marketing reorientation. You know, not just to take the visitors from Australia, not just to take the tourists from the Europe, but also from the Middle East.
Right. Right.
So this is I think the great strategy.
Some of the proportions that correct.
The great strategy for us to make improvement for our tourism development.
Right. Thank you, Professor Jack. The one last question. We have only a few minutes left.
When I first started in China, Beijing was preparing for the 2008 Olympics. So that was 2004. And they were very worried that all the tourists will come and not talk about the Olympics, but they will talk about the dirty toilets. And in 4 years, we transformed the entire culture of Beijing. And when the toilets are renovated, people are very happy. Some people stole the toilet, we replace it. After a while, there's nobody stealing. And the toilet cleaners are trained with not just cleaning, but with good manners, greeting people. And so eventually, when 4 years later, the Olympics came, the Olympics was a big success. And I think the whole China realized that clean toilet attracts more tourists. And clean toilets is a profitable revenue generator because dirty toilet chase away tourists. So suddenly, in the last 20 years, you can see a country with 1.4 billion people. Every tourism toilet is now clean. And I would even be a little bit shy to say that they are cleaner than the Singapore coffee shop toilet, which is horrible and have no improvement in the last 30 years. Because the owners doesn't see any benefit cleaning the toilet since everybody is going to eat there, even they know the toilet is dirty. Whereas the tourism toilet in China is now 100% clean. And I think we have to link profitability to the attraction of clean toilets. And if we do that, then all the owners will start to do that. So how do you do in places like Singapore coffee shop where they actually don't believe that they should clean, because every time they clean, they have to spend money and water and soap. And therefore, if we keep it dirty, nobody will use. So what we need to do is create this kind of app whereby people, it's like TripAdvisor, so Toilet Advisor app, and people are rating it before they visit the site. So you can do it in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in India, in anywhere. We must do it also in Singapore. And when it hurts the pocket, when it hurts the income, the owners, they will clean.
Yeah, absolutely marvelous point, Professor Jack. It's amazing point. I mean, TripAdvisor, not only the criteria to see the room and the hotel, then the weave and all other elements that you look at before you select a destination, but also you'll be looking at the toilets, cleanliness of toilets, and in every destination. That can also link to the profitability, as you rightly mentioned, Professor Jack. It's it's from a different perspective, but it's absolutely going to work in the future, I'm sure. Yes. I think we have come to the end of this insightful session. I hope the audience was enlightened with insightful information on protecting the planet, integrating environmental stewardship into halal tourism. I take this opportunity to thank our three distinguished speakers in this session for their valuable contributions. Sister Saida Ahmed, founder and the president of Sustainable Cities Global Limited. Thank you very much, Sister Saida. I wish you all the very best for your future projects. And it's very interesting, and we'll be waiting, inshallah, till the 5th of June for the big announcement from your end, from Brazil. And also Professor Jack Sim, founder of World Toilet Association. And thank you very much for valuable input, Professor. And the last point itself is more than enough for all of us to take it as an example to take around the world. And at last but not the least, Brother Taufan Rahmadi is the founder of Indonesian Tourism Innovation Foundation. Thank you very much, Brother Taufan. Your input was amazing, and we wish you all the very best and to take the Lombok the island to the next level. And we will visit once again to enjoy your beautiful island. At last but not the least, I thank you for joining this session. Do check out the other interesting sessions we have lined up for you today. Thank you very much once again, everyone. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Mari saya bagi tahu kenapa anda kena pergi Taiwan. Tengok bawah. Sekarang tengok atas. Tengoklah sekeliling.
Anda boleh cuba pengalaman baru di sini.
Berani mencuba sesuatu yang mencabar.
Anda boleh merasakan ketenangan. Ada banyak lagi yang menarik. Makanannya enak-enak. Sebuah budaya yang unik. Semuanya menanti untuk anda rasai.
Taiwan ada semua yang anda nak.
Jadi apa lagi?
Jom Taiwan!
Whoa! Hey Nandipa, that looks mouth-watering.
Hey, Sadia. Thanks. So good to see you.
I see you haven't got your crescent rating yet. Why not? It will really help a lot to attract Muslim diners to this fabulous restaurant.
Oh, you know, I've been wanting to, but we just love wine pairings, and we're in one of the most vibrant wine regions in the world.
So many people think that's a problem, but it's not.
How so?
Crescent rating isn't a halal certification. It's a rating scale of how Muslim-friendly you are. You can sit on it wherever it suits your restaurant best. For a Muslim traveling in a non-Muslim country, it simply provides an ideal way to identify a Muslim-friendly restaurant. Plus, there are just so many benefits for your restaurant.
How can I get involved?
It's so easy. You first do a quick online application, then someone will come in to do an inspection.
Really?
You just need to follow simple guidelines and use halal certified ingredients. If you can assure your food is halal, you will get your crescent rating. Halal food is for everybody and wine is a choice.
Amazing.
In every journey, faith is our compass. Introducing the Halal Trip app, your faithful companion in exploring the world whilst staying connected to your beliefs. With the in-flight prayer time calculator and alerts, Halal Trip keeps you in tune with your prayers wherever you are. Find your Qibla direction seamlessly, whether you're amidst the bustling city or on a tranquil island. Track your spiritual journey with our prayer analytics, helping you stay committed to your faith. A treasure trove of du'as for every.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today at the Halal In Travel Global Summit, hosted by Crescent Rating. My name is Andrew Cameron, founder of Enzyme Consulting, and it's my privilege to be your moderator for this afternoon's session, managing over-tourism through inclusion, growing the Muslim market to diversify visitor arrivals. Our goal today is to explore how inclusive tourism development on over-touristed destinations and highlight the potential of the Muslim travel market as a strategic segment for creating more balanced, resilient, and regenerative visitor economies. Joining me are three brilliant speakers. We have Dr. Anang Sutono, Dr. Barbara Ruiz Bejarano, and Yoko-san. Together, we'll explore both the deeper dynamics behind this incredible opportunity. Before we begin, I'd like to invite each of our speakers to quickly introduce themselves. Dr. Anang, if you may help kick us off, please.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Thank you very much. Indeed, let me in short introduce me. My name is Anang. I'm one of the faculty members of NHI Tourism Polytechnics in Bandung. That school was established since 1962. Professor Kechon from Hong Kong PolyU noted that our school was the oldest hotel and tourism school in the Asia and Pacific. And that school has a halal center. We call it Enhai Halal Tourism Center. So I'm one of the senior advisor of that centers. And then I was the former of National Halal Tourism Accelerated Development in the Ministry of Tourism of Republic Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anang. Dr. Barbara, over to you.
Thank you and Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's my pleasure to join you today to discuss sustainable tourism and opportunities presented by Muslim-friendly tourism. I'm the director of the Sources Foundation in Spain, and I coordinate the Andalusi Medina Network, which is an initiative to showcase Andalusi heritage and also to try to redistribute tourism in my country. Because we are probably now the first destination in the world with more than 90 million tourists last year. And all of them want to come at the same time to the same places. So we have a bit of a problem here.
And Yoko-san, if you could please share.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Very good afternoon to you. Thank you very much for inviting me to such great opportunity. I'm so excited to share my latest insights on improving halal environment in Japan. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. So let's get started, shall we? So on to our first question. When we talk about over-tourism, it's often discussed in terms of volume of people, but the core issue is the imbalance of the system, and as you just shared, Dr. Barbara, there being pressure on the carrying capacity of the location, and that varies over the year. How can the growing Muslim travel segment help us alleviate this pressure? I'll start with you, Dr. Barbara, just because you just touched on it.
Well, I'm going to explain our experience in Spain. Spain is one of the main destinations for tourism in the world and has been for quite a long time. It's preferred by Northern Europeans because of our weather. And the main preferred destination are beaches and big cities like Barcelona or Madrid. Right? But from the Muslim perspective, we are a country that has been an Islamic territory for more than 800 years. And although most people only know Cordoba and Granada, we have more than 4,000 locations in Spain with Islamic heritage. But it's never been showcased and connected properly into a network that can be marketed to Muslim tourists. So this is one of the main objectives of our project, the Andalusi Medina Network, which is shared between Spain and Portugal, because, of course, it was all part of one unit, Al-Andalus. And our main goal is to redistribute seasonality and geographic destinations. We think it would be very appealing for Muslim tourists because we have a lot to offer in terms of heritage and opportunities for engagement with local communities, artists, creators, and so on. And we are making an effort to develop and help businesses develop, for example, halal food, which is easy to find in some cities, but not so easy in other destinations. So another thing is we experienced, like after the pandemic, we experienced like a boost in tourism. And in some enclaves in Spain, there were demonstrations about tourism phobia because we have more visitors than we can accommodate, or we can even park in your car in some small villages is complicated. And people were overwhelmed and really felt invaded by so many visitors. And
there
we
was
also
something recent in Barcelona, correct? There's quite a significant protest.
in many other places. Andrew, in many places. Yeah. In Barcelona, the issue, and in Madrid, in other big cities, is that a lot of accommodation goes for tourists, and then people have nowhere to live. So some neighborhoods, if you walk in the night, they're empty. There is no real community life anymore. So that's a different issue. But yes, we also have this issue.
May carry it through to Yoko-san next, because Japan's been doing quite a good job of activating its domestic tourism, and it doesn't have the same history with Islam as Spain does. But I'd love to hear more about your response to this question on managing over-tourism and activating.
All right. Thank you very much. Actually, Japan's tourism industry is still growing phase. This is because Japan only began to ease visa for the travelers around about 20 years ago. Then the 20 years ago, the international arrivals to Japan was 5.2 million. But this year is expected to exceed 40 million. It's still the half of the Spain, but it's quite a lot because it's 20 years, 8 times growing the market. So actually, today, the major cities like Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka are clearly experiencing over-tourism. So many people. I don't want to say occupied, but the people do not have many spaces to go in to enjoy. I mean that the Japanese people, they cannot book the hotels for their business trip. So the talking about the Muslim travelers, they tend to seek the nature and the cultural experiences outside of the major urban areas. Many of them visiting the villages and the factories for educational trips and company visitings. So this kind of the travel that helps to ease over tourism, the over tourism to escape from the hot spots, hot spots at the over tourism destinations.
I mean, we've seen in Japan, especially, a lot of the modular resorts, a lot more luxury camper vans, a lot more renovations in smaller villages. Like, I think it is leading the world when it comes to this regional activation side of things. Anang, we touched on it a few times there, the importance of education as well, like for educating the restaurants, educating the hotels to actually receive more diverse guests. Could you share more about how the role that plays with managing over-tourism and in regions?
Well, responding to the issues in line with how can expanding the Muslim travel segments help destination alleviate over-tourism and ease congestion in traditional sport? Well, I was very happy because since a couple of years ago, I was appointed by the central bank. I had 2 projects, which is focusing once in Sumatra. We call it, I think you can notice this is called West Sumatra. And the second one is in Lombok. Lombok is just a close island to Bali. So this is very important to understand completely by those 2 projects. So related to the crowd or the over-tourism happened in Bali, for example, I would say that Lombok is one of the options, and the government is really encouraging how Lombok is a kind of diversification of a tourist destination. I'm going to let you know what Lombok is about and why Lombok is and also Sumatra Barat or West Sumatra is one of the most important tourist destination for Muslim-friendly tourism. So number one, what I'm thinking is about diversification of tourist destination. because by developing and promoting destinations that cater Muslim traveler needs, traveler wants, and Muslim travelers' experiences, such as a halal food availability, prayers facilities, modest accommodation, and so on, then I do think that it will be really distributing, because when people knows only about Bali, well, actually there are beautiful beaches, so beautiful cultural experiences, also nature-based, which is Lombok, for example. And then the next thing is that I'm going to say that Muslim-friendly tourism emphasizes on values. So what I'm going to say is that promoting sustainable and respectful tourism is in line with Muslim-friendly tourism emphasizes on values, such as, well, we know exactly Muslim is always respect to local custom, environmental stewardship, and community engagement. So I think this principle encouraging responsible tourism behavior, which can be what so-called mitigate the negative impact of over-tourism, which is right now happen in Bali. I think if we observe Bali, then Bali is heavily traffic jam is everywhere. While the impact of environment and the impact of cultural, all about degradation of environmental and cultural intensity. Well, and then I'm thinking about how I'm going to try to compare why we have to distribute the experiences, not only Bali, but Lombok is also the wonderful of halal tourism destination. By embracing Muslim-friendly tourism destination, cannot only tap into growing market segment, but also implement holistic strategy to manage over-tourism, to promote sustainable practices. And the last thing is to ensure the equitability distribution of tourism benefit, because as we know that the most valuable impact in tourism is quality of people. When we are talking about quality of people, well, it is relatively people think about the economic value. So I think that is why Muslim-friendly tourism destination should be endorsed and should be promoted significantly. Thank you, Andrew.
No, thank you. And I have a follow-up question for you, if that's okay. It's you mentioned about holistic strategy, and quite recently, speaking on Bali specifically, we're talking about a new train coming through, and that helps disperse people. So I would love for your comment on, as Indonesia's such a beautiful and diverse place with lots of islands, so transport and accessibility plays a significant role, whether it's cars or trains or planes. Could you share more about that and how to get more people, say, to Anambas or more of the outskirts, the less discovered places?
Okay. Are we going to speak about the 3 A's in the most fundamental principle of how tourist activities is delivered? Well, accessibility, well, I'm just like, aware that accessibility is a dilemma. I know that accessibility by having more international airports, more international seaport, and the accessibility of land transport, train, and so on will be really beneficial for tourists. Ease of traveling will be really very important. But in the other side, again, when I'm talking about Bali, Bali is really international airport. Means that most cities connecting to Bali, Ngurah Rai International Airport. But the impact is because we are concentrating on the ease of access, ease of what is it called, transportation to reach that destination. Then what happened with Bali? Bali now is over tourism. So the degradation, as I told you, in line with the environment, in line with the culture, happens right now. So the crowdness cannot be, well, I met one of the tourists coming from Middle East. I met in Hong Kong, and they say, "Pak Anang, I will not going to Bali anymore." Why? Because it is really upset. Why it is upset? I have to take a walk to the airport, and then the queuing is the traffic jam is really happy. So, well, it is a kind of dilemma, Andrew. When we are talking about ease of access to reach the tourist destination, but in the other side, well, actually the impact is huge. So I do agree with Dr. Barbara saying that we have to distribute. So it is good because Indonesia has more than 17,000 islands. Then I think we are thinking about making new Bali, something like that. We're making a greater Bali, something like that. Because when we are talking about Lombok, as I told you, Bali to Lombok is just 30 minutes by plane. It is just a neighbor islands. When we go to by ferry, it takes only 2 or 3 hours. So it is really reachable. So that is the reason we are also focusing Lombok to be one of the halal tourism destination that we are focusing on.
Fantastic. We'll come back to you, Dr. Please, please expand.
Can I would like to add something which we found in the case of Indonesia. Of course, it's a Muslim majority country, so this opportunity you may not have spotted. But in the case of Japan and Spain, we are not Muslim majority countries, which means our calendars do not align with Islamic calendar. So we found most of the people who come on holidays to Spain, because they are Europeans and the calendars are shared, is during Christmas, Easter, summer holidays, which means during these same periods, a lot of people come to Spain. But we have an opportunity with the Islamic calendar because, for example, Eid holidays do not overlap all the time with these slots, right? So we can promote like specific aid packages or take advantage of how holidays in the outbound country can match the opportunities of not overcrowded moments in Spain or Japan. So I think also not the geography, but also the calendars must be considered when developing the destination. And well, in Spain, we teach, we work closely with some small businesses who want to cater for Muslim travelers. And then they were not aware that we have to manage with two calendars, different calendars, but there's an opportunity here.
Yes.
Fantastic. And what I understand, Dr. Barbara, you've got developed certain study tours over there as well. Could you share more on those initiatives?
Yeah. Okay. So we started last year by signing agreements with International Islamic University in Malaysia, because a lot of people in most Muslim countries do study Al-Andalus school, high school, college, university. And then we wanted them to have an opportunity to live the experience, because if you visit only Cordoba, Granada, it's like you are missing a lot.
Yes.
And we have a network of experts on the ground, professors and guides and chroniclers and writers, and we can develop programs, quite tailored programs. For example, if you want to know about science and technology in Al-Andalus, or if you want to know about art and architecture or social issues in a diverse territory such as Al-Andalus, where Muslim, Christians, Jews, Berbers, and other people live together and traded with a lot of the world, so we can make a tailored study trip. Like it's a holiday, but then the content really has more weight on the academic side. But we thought it was a good opportunity to click on this potential area for developing academic tourism.
Yeah, fantastic. I know a lot of universities and over to you.
May,
Yoko-san.
may I add something about the education tourism?
Yes, please.
Okay. Many Japanese junior high school and high schools also welcome the people from Islamic countries. Japanese people are generally very tolerant to foreigners and other different regions people. So that whether they are Muslims, Christians, they regard as foreigners, non-Japanese people. So we feel we have to welcome, and we should have something learn from them because they come to Japan all the way from other countries. So this is the kind of the educational tourism as well, which I want to promote from now on too. Thank you, Andrea-san.
My pleasure. I guess expanding on that, it would be great to have a few more examples of how these inclusive tourism efforts have helped diversify the visitor arrivals. Dr. Anang, would you like to go first?
Well, I do believe that actually tourism is inclusivity. Well, even though when the perspective of business, actually the tourism can be very exclusive because of needs, wants, and experiences demanded by the visitors or the tourists. But basically, when we are talking about the inclusivity of tourism, well, it should be really covering all things. Means that when we observe UNWTO Global Code of Ethics for Tourism, well, it is lesson learned, and it is a kind of guided principle for us how tourism should be delivered inclusively, because it always happened when we are talking about inclusivity. Well, some people say that the local people, the local host destination is not getting mutual, what is it called, beneficial because of the activities of tourism. Well, let me tell you the example. If you have been aware of what's so-called Raja Ampat. Raja Ampat is one of the best diving resorts in the eastern part of Indonesia, right? Yes, if you like diving, that okay, you can go there. That's very beautiful. But you know what happened when it was found? The beauty of deep ice, the coral, the all ecosystem underwater world, then it was packaged and then sold by non-Indonesian, a group of divers, and then they try to promote extensively. Then finally there are many divers coming to Raja Ampat, and then the local people is just watching from a bit long, a bit far. The local people is just selling a coconut, selling small things, renting what is it called, small booth. So I don't think that it is inclusive. So inclusivity should be the balance, the harmony of the host community, the visitors, and also we are respect to the environment. You know, it also happened in Raja Ampat when there was what's so-called a cruise ship, and then the cruise ship didn't know exactly what is it called, how to port their huge cruise ship, and then it cracked to the coral. So it was really sad. It means that inclusivity is the harmony of life, is the harmony of tourism. That is a very fundamental.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, the foundations of regenerative tourism best practice is to work with consent of the community and work through your supply chain and making sure that you've got a net benefit rather than be extractive. So if you're building something in a beautiful place, but you don't have any connection with the community,
yes,
you're only going to be doing harm. I'll stay with you because it brings us to a question we're going to tackle a little bit later, but I think it's very important. It's like, what role do policymakers and destination marketing organizations have to play with rebalancing systems like this?
We know that DMOs and regulator must employ, in my opinion, because strategically DMOs and regulators, principally and fundamentally, they have what is it called policy. It means that I'm going to start with how DMOs and regulator employ data-driven segmentation. Because by employing data-driven segmentation to identify, to forecast, let's say, Muslim travel trends, and then to design how the incentive scheme, let's say, in Indonesia, because we are encouraging like small, medium enterprises. So we have now a kind of regulation saying that the product, as you told us, that in line with the supply chain entity, it should be based on halal certification. So that halal certification is relatively, once again, for the small, medium enterprises, or even medium enterprises, means that it is still not easy to find. So the governments take a place in that case. So it is good because right now the government most specifically give like a free or incentive for halal certification grant. What is it for? It is to encourage the small, medium enterprises. It is to really to be one of very important. But the impact is that small, medium enterprises, which is not very confident to get that certification, then they are what is it called? Pull over. How to avoid? I think it is not fair because the government has given incentive for all small, medium enterprises. It means that if not, and then it is found by the government, and the government will give like law enforcement. So I think the role of DMOs and regulation, it's more like, because I know that it is related to leadership and coordination. So data-driven must be really reliable, really having good validity. I think integrating Muslim-friendly tourism into broader destination, let's say branding or enacting zoning for visitor, I think it is good to distribute what is it called strategically. So what I mean that it is now the government leads in encouraging how Muslim travel destination is preparing. But what I like now is not only government, but the industry. When at the beginning, the industry is following the government, but right now the government is following the industry. Means that the initiative coming from the industry or the business people or the business entity is really concerned on halal certification. Because they believe that this is actually a business. From the perspective of business, so halal industry says that if my product is not certified with halal certification, means that the experiences from the visitor, from the tourist is not going to be very happy. It means that there are a lot of competitors now, B2B, B2C or B2G, they are really concerned on how halal certification is very important. Why halal certification is important? Because it is answering two things. Number one is creating the confidence and assuring the confidence that the product is halalan and toyiban. And then secondly, certification is also improving, what is it called? Number one is confident, and number two is, community engagement. That is.
Thank you so much for your answer, Dr. Anang. I'd like to extend this to both you, Yoka-san, and Dr. Barbara, because you both live in majority country. So to activate the education and get the systems and the right tools, especially in the regions, to be halal certified is a lot bigger of a challenge.
Yeah, I think DMO must shift from everyone welcome to who, where, and when. Because the last 20 years, Japan welcomes everybody, especially from East Asia, neighboring countries like Taiwan, Hong Kong, China, and Korea, of course. But the consequences like this, over-tourism. More than 60% of international arrivals to Japan from those East Asian countries. So now we have to, DMO and even myself, have to shift to who, where, and when. Who should we welcome? When should we welcome? Where we should introduce. So that many Japanese, especially local governments, are trying to promote not only Muslims, but also the other region people, travelers coming to Japan, catering halal food, vegan food, vegetarian food, so on. So now is the opportunity, and this is a quite big issue for Japanese companies and DMOs. And let me talk about inclusivity, just not as Ansant mentioned. I'd like to emphasize inclusion is not only for travelers, for Japan. It also serves as a form of internationalization for Japanese people and communities. As I mentioned earlier, Japanese tourism industry is still growing phase. It's like just opening the door to welcome international arrivals from foreign countries. So learning, we Japanese have to learn many things, and we have to study what is the best cases and practices in other countries like Spain, France, of course, the United States, and also Singapore also. So the Japanese situation is like this at the moment.
Would you say that for policymakers, it shouldn't be just with the tourism and the destination marketing, because there is all this additional value that comes from the cultural exchange.
Yep.
And Japanese recognizes that exchange well and supports from multiple departments?
Yes, because as you may know, Japan is aging society, then less population. So before travelers, they consider foreigners might be immigrant to help our society. So I don't think this thinking, understanding is right. But the fact is that Japanese people are still learning what is international culture and customs through those international travelers.
Fantastic. Dr. Barbara, the role of policy.
Thank you. Well, in my country, as I said, is a very touristic country, and we receive millions of visitors. But when you look at policy making and small businesses, you find there is very little coordination. And one of the reasons, I think, if you happen to be a nice city by the sea, you don't need to do anything. The tourists will come, by themselves. You have to make very, very little effort to get loads and loads of tourists. And they will naturally spread in the city and use all your resources and everything. But if we want to put the effort into those regions, the interior regions, rural areas where we have less tourism, less opportunities, then I find that policymakers do not engage properly with the small businesses. We have a problem, or rather two problems. One is the lack of strategy. Japan has a national plan, and Thailand and Australia and New Zealand, they have national plans to develop Muslim-friendly tourism. But in Spain, we have lobbied the government and suggested this many times, like we need to be better coordinated because we have many different regions. And it's very difficult when the policy in one place is different from the policy in a different place, and you are not helping small businesses, and rural areas are getting depopulated, and a lot of people are moving to the coastal areas. And then this is an opportunity to reverse this situation. But the situation with policymakers is really complicated. I have to say we have received good acceptance of our proposal for a national strategy in some instances. And we are now working with our Ministry of Tourism more than ever, and even working with Portugal. But it's a very slow process. It's a very slow process, but I think we have the correct, roadmap. So we are implementing it step by step, and I think we're going in the right direction. But still, some destinations, because they have so many tourism already, they don't think they should open a new niche. They don't want to engage. So at the moment, we're focusing on the destinations who will clearly find a benefit, and also their people will find a benefit because they will find they can develop their small businesses with no crowds, just by engaging and appealing to Muslims from all over the world. And only in Europe, we have 50 million Muslims. I mean, there's plenty of Muslim tourists in the world to come to Spain, right? So I think these two things, the lack of a strategy and the lack of coordination between the regional and the national authorities in policymaking, this is posing a risk. In the terms of halal certification, it's private at the moment. There are some hotels and restaurants which are halal certified. And there is a private halal certification scheme, which is not a problem at all. If they want to obtain it, it's only a matter of going through the requirements.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I mean, staying with you, Dr. Barbara, what are you finding is the key point for success? Is it making the economic argument to policymakers saying, even though you do have a good level of economic engagement at the highly frequented destinations, there's a larger challenge with small and medium businesses and urban people moving to cities and keeping cultural heritage alive. What are the conversations that you're having?
Yeah, well, in our case, we're focusing now on smaller rural enclaves, as I said, because imagine you have a 5,000, 15,000 people village, and they have this massive castle on top of a rock, right? Andalusi Castle, beautiful, but they have difficulties preserving it. And of course, if you don't get money from travelers and visitors, it's very difficult to invest for a small size town or village, right? So the opportunity was to, let's connect these smaller destinations with bigger destinations, and let's create contents, because of course visitors, if they go to a place and there's nothing to see and nothing to do, they will not be there for long, right? So I suggested, let's look at some success stories. We have plenty in Spain. Let's itinerate these ideas, right? And let's promote this first to European Muslims, then to other Muslim majority markets. And then we start building on this, right? It's not easy at all to coordinate so many actors, because this is the other thing about the tourism business. It's so fragmented. I mean, you have the hotel, the little restaurant, the little shop, the guy who produces homemade jams or honey and wants to sell to visitors, the artisans, the guides, the interpreters. You have the drivers. You have so many different elements in the value chain that is sometimes it's really difficult to get them together, right? And it's a matter of them seeing the opportunity. You cannot force this. You can only encourage the governments to spot the opportunity and work on it in a coordinated manner.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I didn't share too much about the work that I do, but that's very much the work I do, is to integrate those systems and
to get them together,
supply chain, and make sure. Yeah, it's very hard work, but you do need to adapt to each context, each place. It's the different communities. There's different challenges, different people, different talent for you to pull through, and it takes a lot of time and effort at times to actually keep people on projects.
Absolutely.
To help achieve the goal with the transformation. I guess when these things succeed, it has huge potential. Right. So I'd love to hear from each of you if you could share a successful projects that you've seen where they've got these systems right, and the impact it's had culturally and for sustainability. And we'll start with you, Yoko-san.
Maybe I'd like to hear from Ansa first.
I can share with you.
Yes, please.
The experience we had last week. There is this small town in Portugal bordering Spain, right? On the banks of a beautiful river. It's like a mountain with a castle on top, the Alcazaba, which is called Mertola. Mertola is 15,000 inhabitants, and every 2 years they celebrate the Islamic festival. Right, they have been doing this for 26 years. Now, the thing is, they have Islamic heritage. They have a lot of buildings and archaeological sites, and they found this was an opportunity for their village, and they decided to make a public investment. So what they did, besides the festival attracts like 50 to 60,000 people during 4 days. And they obviously use all the resources, not only in the village, but also in the neighborhood, right? Because the village cannot accommodate this amount of people. They use resources from other villages around. But a few years ago, the local government decided to invest. And because they are proud of their Islamic heritage, they recovered a old building and they decided to build a hammam on the ground floor and an Andalusian tea house on the top floor with a nice garden, right, like a small restaurant. So they wanted ideas to dynamize these two sites. So for the Andalusi garden, they prepared a proper menu and they engaged like a famous local cook. We also suggested to have some literary events with some professors in Portugal who are experts in Sufi literature, and it's very popular. So this investment and the attitude of the people, because the whole village joins in preparing for the festival. They prepare their businesses, they even dress or decorate the small shops. They offer small events or contributions to the festival. And you can see this initiative is rewarding economically and also socially for the people of the village because they all get together around this event. You can see it's an event that is very participative, and the authorities have engaged this spirit, right? And it's very popular, and attendants are not necessarily Muslim. Most people who attend are just Portuguese people from other regions and Spanish people from other regions, and they appreciate having opportunities to learn about music, culture, literature, or other activities. So once you create contents and you put them there and you create this event, you can take this event and move it to other places, and you can, once this story has been proven successful for 26 years, you can replicate in other places just with small changes. But the spirit of the community that it created is really valuable for the neighbors themselves. So it has many positive sides.
I want to go now. So I want to come.
Of course you do. You should.
It's, yeah. And yeah, the value, I guess the key point there that you're highlighting is that it's not just about the tourists, it's about bringing communities together and making
the people
them proud of them.
Let me just add a small
value.
story. When they started with the hammam, they wanted to learn about the Andalusi hammam ritual, which is a bit different from the Ottoman. And then we did some research in, documents and so on. When they had all the information, they decided to engage local producers for example, essential oils or the beauty products, but also even the towels. They have like local producers of towels and clothes, and they want to engage local small businesses to be the suppliers rather than outsourcing these products outside of their own village, which is, they are creating more business opportunities. It's spirit, which is
it's like, it's not unique to Muslim travelers right now. I think people globally are trying to find more authentic experiences. They're trying to reconnect spiritually. Not specific to any one religion. People are trying to discover themselves. The more digital we're becoming, the more we're trying to reconnect with each other without a digital device. I think there's only more and more opportunity for events, for me personally, moving forward. Dr. Anang and Yoko-san, Dr. Anang, over you first. If you could share a nice story.
The success story from Barbara is so beautiful. I love it. And I have to go there and to learn.
Tell everyone in Indonesia, please.
Yes. I'm very happy also to sign a kind of collaboration because I'm school-based or university-based. Well, let me tell you about our success story. Well, actually, it's not really success yet, but it is in the marching to get the successful story. Well, as I told you that I'm now running 2 projects. One of the projects that we are focusing on is in Sumatra Barat atau West Sumatra. So Indonesia is now focusing also in line with how to develop what's so-called desa wisata. Desa is village, a tourism village. So in this case, Central Bank endorsed us to do more research in line with how to make a model. So we make a model, the model called the ecosystem of a Muslim-friendly tourism value chain. So on that system, we put the tagline as a Halal Hub or Muslim-friendly tourism hub. So on that tourism village, this is called Sungai Batang. Sungai Batang is the very beautiful village in the West Sumatra and surrounded by beautiful lakes and beautiful culture, a very hospitable local people and so on. So we came there and we did a kind of research, and then we finally found the model, which is called Smart Muslim-friendly tourism hubs. So that hubs is actually a place where synergy happened, and then investment happened, and then transaction happened, and education to the local people happened. So that Smart MFT hubs is actually a sharing session. It is a kind of a shared belief that Muslim-friendly travelers will be really happy if we are focusing on those things. For example, how can we focus on the product amenity? What is the needs and the wants of Muslim travelers related to the product amenity? And then we try to set up a kind of how internal marketing happened. So we design like how to brand, like a branding, advertising, and selling. And then also the certification, how the investment happened. How can the Sharia of financing is also one of the soul when we are dealing with a business ecosystem. And then the next thing is, of course, we are dealing with how the organization, how the MO, how regulation happen over there. So in short, then based on that research, there will be strengthening the quality of the destination in that tourism village. And then strengthening the quality of the branding, advertising, selling. So it is it's not funny, but I do think that it is good to be replicate to other destinations, because we are using DOT. How is destination, how is origin, and how is time seasonality? So when we are talking about market segmentation, mostly those village was visited by a tourist coming from Malaysia and coming from Singapore. So that is good. Means that how can the destination, how can the origin, and how can the time seasonality is strategically mapping and designed. And then what is happened? What happened is there is a strengthening the industry ecosystem. So between the tourism village, from this village to neighbor villages, they work together to strengthen the handicraft. So even though the hubs is in certain village in the central, and then the surrounding tourism village also supporting and then contributing, and then they also selling handicraft coming from their own unique identity. So I think it is good. So finally, on that ecosystem, we try to push that how can that hubs will be having a kind of functional identity, because Padang people have what so-called identity, special identity for the local people. So we are creating a kind of quick wins. How as to create the calendar of event? How can they create the calendar of event and then program which is close related to the Muslim travelers and so on and so on. But in short, that we try to let them know that it is also good to understand how the quick wins happened. So this. I'm sorry to let you know that you can just browsing. I'm trying to put it in this article into the Scopus Index. It is published by Taylor and Francis. I'm happy because it is under the Scopus Q2. So the detailed information about that kind of smart Muslim-friendly tourism hubs is written there. Thank you very much.
The point that I'd like to call out is creating experiences, products, and services that are unique in place are a significant draw card to actually pull people in. It's not so much always about having a hotel, it's also about having accessibility. If you have something that's so desirable and so unique, people always find a way to come as well. Yoko-san, if you could share as well.
Yeah, lastly, let me share some interesting story that the Muslims changed the community. There is a very small city called Sun City, which is the population is 100,000 people. Sorry, 90 minutes from the center of the Tokyo. And at that time, there were no international visitors there. But one ramen shop started to offer halal ramen. Then many Muslims, tourists, and residents come there. Then after that, what happened is that a mosque was established there. Then several years later, the old schools converted into cricket field. And now Sun City is a very famous and popular destination for Muslims, travelers, and residents. So this is a kind of the how and what Muslims change the community in Japan. Thank you.
Beautiful.
It's incredible.
Alhamdulillah.
Being an Australian, I'm very happy to hear there's more cricket going on in the region. We're quickly running out of time. What we may do is a very quick roundtable on just a project that's exciting you right now. And then we'll wrap up. So start with you, Dr. Barbara.
Well, our own project is like a platform for many others to join and build. So if you want to have a look, I'm just going to do a bit of publicity here. You can visit alandalus.org. That's our website. And you will find the information about places and activities and news in many different ways. The thing is, after listening to all of you colleagues, I think these projects are all a case-by-case thing, like every destination and every community is different. And also that to reach at some point, you need to believe that there is going to be a process. You have to build some layers, in order to finally have something which is round and which is significant. And we have been working on this platform now for 4 years, and we have a lot of small projects working on their own. But I can see it's going to require a massive effort. But I'm really happy because the response we're having from visitors is really positive. We are going to receive some influencers from Singapore and Malaysia in 3 weeks. So I'm very excited about this. And I hope, we continue to grow this trust, between Muslim visitors and the receiving communities. For Spain, it also helps to break prejudice and barriers. It has a very interesting social and cultural side. And you are welcome to visit. I will be very happy if you could come and I will show you around all of the experiences we're building. Thank you so much.
That'd be lovely. Yoko-san?
Thank you very much for the beautiful the time. I'd like to express especially to the ASEAN countries, please use East. Please use East. Look East is already enough, right? Now you should use Japan. You should use East. Why? Because Japan has the strong soft power, such as anime, games, nature, and of course foods. So Muslim could enjoy and use Japan, maybe with me, hopefully with me. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
Yoko-san. And last and certainly not least, Dr. Anang, if you could share, please.
Yes. Well, thank you. Well, in short, I would say that dealing with Muslim-friendly tourism, well, for me, myself, in any kind of momentum or in any kind of levels, in any kind of any other things, but well, we have to see, we have to listen, we have to feel what the Muslim travelers needs and wants. Muslim travelers needs and wants. I basically underline that what they need, number one is called fundamental attributes. And second one is experience attribute. So what they need in the fundamental attribute is a halal food. So whenever I go to Japan, whenever I go to any other countries, what I'm very afraid if not being able to find halal food easily. That is very fundamental. So number one fundamental attribute is halal food, and then clean prayer facilities and sanitation. That is very fundamental. And then the second things that can, of course, improve the quality of tourism and the quality of tourist experience is called the activity. How can we create the activity, calendar of event, as Ms. Barbara told us, right? That is very, very important. And then how can we try to package based on the themes? Well, it depends on whether Indonesia, of course, we are dealing with marine tourism. I think we have also many beaches, many beautiful beaches. So how can we pack the program? How can we create the event, Islamic event? For example, how can we endorse those kind of Islamic community how can life community will be as the lesson learned, really good lesson learned for travelers, for visitor. And then the last thing is how can we maintain the environment. So that is the quality, because basically as a Muslim, we also do understand that what the Muslim travelers need is what we also need, because we really want to have an unforgettable experiences. That is. Thank you very much, everyone. I am really happy to meet you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's stay in touch.
Certainly. And thank you so much, Dr. Ang. So we've just run out of time. So that's us for today. Yeah, I guess my key takeaway is, engage the regional communities, ensure you've got the infrastructure, make sure things are connected and give back and not extractive. And find those special stories in those regions and have a calendar of it and promote. So there's a lot more there, but hopefully that's enough of a soundbite at the end. I'd like to help us, if you could all help me digitally thank our panelists for their time today. And thank you all for joining us for this incredibly important conversation. Please do check out our other sessions throughout the Halal in Travel Global Summit. I hope this one has sparked something you can take into your own. Thank you all.
Assalamualaikum.
A very good day to everyone, and thank you for joining the Halal in Travel Global Summit hosted by Crescent Rating. My name is Ape Chao, and I am the Director of Taiwan Tourism Administration, Kuala Lumpur office. I'd like to extend my gratitude to Crescent Rating, and it's truly a pleasure to be here today to share the insight on from the vision to reality, the Taiwan's rise as a Muslim-friendly destination. And today, we will cover the basic about Taiwan, explore the Muslim-friendly resources and available, and discuss the initiative to attract and serve the Muslim markets. And as you know, Taiwan is an amazing island in East Asia. It's located the southwest of Japan and the north of the Philippines. And with a population of the 23.45 million and area of the 36,000 square kilometer. And Taiwan may be small, but it's packed with an incredible experience. And in language spoken in Taiwan include the Mandarin, the Taiwanese, and English. And you can travel from the north to south in just 2 hours by taking the Taiwan high-speed rail. Since Taiwan a small island, but we also have the wonderful scenery and the different experience in the different part of Taiwan. For example, in the north part of Taiwan, the double-deck bus, you can bring the fine dining experience from the 5-star hotel while watching the view of the Taipei city. When you visit the Central Park, the Gaomei Wetland, the beaches have the wind turbine blade is mostly beautiful, especially when the sunset. So when you tide is now, you can walk out to the middle of the sea. And when you visit the south part of Taiwan, I think the Shichao Greenland Tunnel, also called the Taiwan's visitors amazing river. And the calm water and the thriving ecosystem make an unforgettable experience, especially for nature lovers. And everyone, when you visit the east part of Taiwan, they fully throw out for flower sea in the Hualien, the walking through the colorful flower fields and see the fun stroll, the sculpture and made by the local artists is a great spot for the photos and enjoy the countryside. Okay, now we also to suggest the different thing when you visit Taiwan. For example, the railway trip, we offer the two types you must try. The Formosa Railway, this is a standard train, but it comes with a variety of entertainment facility, such as the DIY activities, the photo booth, the karaoke, and more. It often collaborate with the popular IPs like the Disney and the Sanrio, so you can enjoy the different scene in the train. And the Alishan Forest Railway, a wooden train that travel around the Alishan area, and it includes a guide tour, but an overnight stay is required. As I mentioned before, Taiwan is an island, so we also have several offshore islands, so they can offer the diverse attractions for the travelers. The popular tours include the Penghu and the Green Island and the Oki Island in the east part of Taiwan. And when you visit the south part of Taiwan, you should to enjoy the Little Liu Chu and with the unique nature beauty and the cultural experience. Taiwan now offers many Muslim-friendly resources, and we warmly invite the Muslims from around the world to experience Taiwan's culture. Okay, and this is the latest promotion video. Please have a look.
Anda tak pernah pergi Taiwan? Takkanlah, biar betul. Mari saya bagi tahu kenapa anda kena pergi Taiwan. Tengok bawah. Sekarang tengok atas. Tengoklah sekeliling.
Anda boleh cuba pengalaman baru di sini.
Berani mencuba sesuatu yang mencabar.
Anda boleh merasakan ketenangan. Ada banyak lagi yang menarik. Makanannya enak-enak. Sebuah budaya yang unik. Semuanya menanti untuk anda rasai.
Taiwan ada semua yang anda nak.
Jadi apa lagi?
Jom Taiwan!
Okay, in this slideshow, you can know in 2024, the Global Muslim Travel Index, GMTI, Taiwan was ranked the third among the non-OIC destinations. So I think every Muslim should visit Taiwan. And there are some information about the Muslim-friendly resources. For example, there are 10 mosques in Taiwan, and additionally, there are 211 the certificate Muslim-friendly accommodation, and over the 300 restaurants got the Halal certification. And lastly, there are 24 Muslim-friendly travel agencies that offering the service such as the halal in itineraries, the Muslim-friendly hotels, and the guide tours that respect prayer time. Okay, there are 10 mosques in Taiwan, such as the Masjid, the Agung Taipei, the Masjid, the Budaya Taipei in the north part of Taiwan. And when you visit the central part or the south part and east part of Taiwan, there are around the 6 masjid. They're located at Taichung, Tainan, Kaohsiung, and Hualien. Yes, there are many halal dining options available. The monitors by the Chinese Muslim Association, the Taiwan Halal Center, and the Islamic Association of Taiwan, including the popular Taiwan beef noodle. There are also food display indicators offered to ensure the peace of mind to meet with the need of Muslim. And in this slide, we can know the we prepare the the cleaning of dining utensil. And we will organize the dedicated storage area and provide a halal dining area to ensure the convenience and the comfort for Muslim guests. And the menu provided by the restaurant will include the halal food for Muslim. And we offer the for accommodation environment, we will provide the Qibla direction, the prayer mat, the washlet, and the prayer schedule, the interior decoration, for example, and so on. And we offer the diverse shopping experience for the Muslim and specific halal zone for Muslim guests to shop and for their choose very comfortable. And there are prayer rooms at many important sites. For example, the Taoyuan International Airport, Taipei Main Station, and the Taichung High-Speed Rail Station. And the tourist center of the National Scenic Area, they also provide a facility for Muslim friends. And here are the Taiwan travel agencies. They are certificated by the Halal certification. In order to create awareness of Taiwan as a Muslim-friendly travel destination, Taiwan has done a lot of initiative to attract and serve the Muslim markets. We are currently running the Young Taiwan campaign in Malaysia, which aims at creating amazing and unforgettable memories for Muslim travelers. We're offering the experience such as the spectacular city scape and the rich culture, the heritage, the eco-friendly getaway, and the romantic adventure, the trail for the Muslim guests. We have collaborated several celebrities to becoming our Salam Taiwan ambassador, such as the Mira Fiaza, Aida Jerba, and this year we collaborate with Nabila Razali. And we organize the outdoor branding advertisement, like promoted on the LED big screen at the Pavilion Bukit Bintang monorail and the advertising on the Grab car to increase awareness and attract more Muslims to visit Taiwan. And we also organize the media fan trip to share their experience and posting in attract more Malaysian travelers to Taiwan. And we invite 100 media to representative to Taiwan. Here is the recap video. Please have a look.
Ready for takeoff.
Okay. Ada guna point. Okay. Daging sangat tebal lagi.
And we organized the Best of Salam Taiwan Award Night this year. And we wanted to increase the awareness and promote Taiwan more. And this year, we organized several travel agents training programs to share the latest information to travel agents and set up Taiwan travel fair. For example, we organized the Salam Taiwan Pavilion at the Mata Fair, and we also organized the Salam Taiwan Travel Fair and the Zhong Taiwan Travel Fair at different shopping malls in Kuala Lumpur. Yes, here are the photos of the Malaysia travel agency that they visit Taiwan for their fan trip. And then we keep update the latest travel information in the website and social media. And we do provide a Bahasa Melayu brochure for the travelers for their experience. They can experience a wonderful food very easy in Taiwan. And we know everyone always use the mobile phone during their journey. So we offer the Google Map about the halal food search for the Muslim guests. At the website, the travelers can search for their preferred restaurant and follow the direction on the Google Map so they can arrive the restaurant very easy. Now we offer a promotion for the travelers from other country. Eligible international free independent travelers for Taiwan can enter a lucky draw to win the prize worth the 5,000 new Taiwan dollars. And for the FIT visitors, we prepare a special product is Taiwan Pass. The Taiwan Pass also include the unlimited 3-day Taiwan high-speed rail pass and the Taiwan Metro and the Taiwan tourist shuttle bus, so they can during their journey they can use the public transportation very easy. And we also provide an exclusive discount for the foreigners on high-speed rail. They can enjoy a special 15% off plus a buy one get one free offer during the promotion period. And Taiwan warmly welcome the travelers, so we offer free gifts for the Muslim client with the purchase of the full package or the free and easy travelers. We look forward to meet everyone in Taiwan one day. Thank you for joining this session at the Halal in Travel Global Summit. Be sure to check out the other interesting session coming back soon. Thank you. Terima kasih.
just like that, we've reached the end of day 2 of the Halal in Travel Global Summit 2025. What an incredible day of insight, ideas, and inspiration. A heartfelt thank you to all our brilliant speakers, and of course to all of you for being part of this journey. This is the end of the online session for day 2, but our Content Creator Tank is currently happening right now in Singapore. As mentioned earlier, it is a closed-door event, but don't worry. Tomorrow is the final day of the summit, and we promise we're ending it off with a bang, including the winner of our Content Creator Tank. So get some rest, recharge, and we'll see you right back here for the grand finale. Until then, thank you, take care, and see you tomorrow.